Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad. You're a synth bro, and I'm just a Chad. I'm a black belt, you know what it is. And my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing.
Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around. TV Underground has the best video clips in town. TV Underground has the best video clips around.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? It's only afternoon for a few of you. Well, for most of you. For me, it's not. I got an hour and 15 left. But how's it going? How are you doing? Back again. Yesterday did a Super Bowl reaction stream. I realized probably the majority of the people who watch this channel aren't really into football. So some of you weren't here, and that's fine. The Eagles destroyed the Chiefs. I didn't really care either way. I chose Kansas City just because a lot of Eagles fans are terrible. There's the whole thing where the Eagles have to have a jail and a courtroom in their own stadium because of all the crimes that are committed there. I've heard that. I've never actually been there, so I wouldn't go there because you'll get your ass kicked there, and that's terrible. I think the whole fan culture of the Eagles is very toxic, but they were by far the better team last night. You know, I don't really have an NFL team. I usually go for the Seahawks just because that's the team where I live. When I was a kid, I liked the Raiders because I thought Bo Jackson was really cool. You know, I'm talking elementary school age. I thought Bo Jackson, because he was like the big star athlete, and he played pro football and baseball, and he was really athletically gifted and shit. But then all it took was one severe injury, took him out of football forever. But yeah, I like the Raiders, and it was cool because they had the pirate theme and everything. But I don't really have an NFL team, but I cheer for the Seahawks because they're, the local team, I've been to the only NFL games I've ever been to were Seahawks games. So, because I didn't live close to an NFL stadium really until I moved out here. I guess I lived kind of close to Detroit, but I never wanted to go to Detroit. Yeah, I did see Pete Carroll. He's gonna be the Raiders coach. I need to stop talking about football because a lot of people, they're just like turned off by it. A lot of people are like, sports ball. But yeah, I did see that, and he's going to be the oldest coach in NFL history. One last football nugget that I woke up, this was the news headline that I saw this morning. I saw that I saw this morning that, like J.D. Vance, he was one of Ohio's senators, but he became vice president, so obviously he has to leave the Senate. And the governor, when someone has to leave the Senate, it's up to the governor of that state to appoint a new senator, which is weird. I feel like they should have another election, but whatever. That's how it works. So, Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, appointed his lieutenant governor to be the new senator to take J.D. Vance's seat for the rest of his term. And so now Ohio needed a new lieutenant governor. And today, Mike DeWine announced that the new lieutenant governor of Ohio is former Ohio State University head coach Jim Tressel. So the former head coach of Ohio State University football team, multiple, one of the best in my lifetime, is now the lieutenant governor of Ohio, which is kind of weird. So just a little nugget, just a little tidbit of info there. Please like the stream, and I'm hoping during today's morning stream we could get to 70 to 75% of the goal. It's pinned right there in the top of the chat. If you want to send me a couple bucks here, it helps keep the show running. So just throwing that out there. I'll mention it from time to time. We're going to check out the weird tradition of the president getting interviewed before the Super Bowl. I don't know when that started, but it's something I've been aware of for most of my life, maybe my entire life. I don't know when they started it, but there's a tradition of the network that's carrying the Super Bowl. They do an interview with whoever the president is that year. So this year it was on Fox, so we had a Fox News interview with Donald Trump, and it's Brett Baer, which obviously he works for Fox, so there is a slant there, but he's an actual reporter. At least they didn't do like Sean Hannity or like an opinion guy. Brett Baer is an actual journalist. So he did this interview with Trump. Where is it? I thought I had it ready already, but where is it? Apparently I have to download it. I didn't have it ready. Ooh, let's see. Trump Super Bowl interview. Here it is. I'll have it in just a moment here. It's a quick interview because it's before the Super Bowl. Here we go. Here it is. Brett Baer interviewing Trump right before the Super Bowl, which obviously I don't know how in advance this was recorded. I always thought it was live before the Super Bowl, but obviously this couldn't have been live because Trump was at the Super Bowl. And it looks like this interview probably happened at the White House. So this kind of gives me insight. I always thought the presidential interview was live. The magic of television, apparently. Here it is, though.
The United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Happy Super Bowl.
Thank you.
You know, you are going to be the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl. It's a big day for America, always is. What made you want to do it?
Well, first of all, I'm very surprised to hear that. I would have assumed many presidents came, but I think just the spirit of the country's taken on a whole new life. I thought it would be a good thing for the country to have the president be at the game.
I mean, it's an iconic day.
It's an iconic day. It's going to be a great game, two great teams, and let's see what happens.
You know, it seems the first days of this administration are like a no-huddle offense. You know, plays going down the field, one after another. There's a long list of things you've already got done in 3 weeks. Big border policy changes, ICE crackdowns on criminals, taking biological men out of women and girls sports, big energy policy changes. So what's different with you and your administration? The difference between the 45th president and the 47th president?
Well, with the 45th, I had tremendous opposition, but I didn't know people, and I didn't have the kind of support that I needed. I put people in office, some really great ones, but I had some that I wouldn't have put. I would have, known better if it were a couple of years later, or if I had a little more experience in D.C. I was a New York person, not a D.C. person. And I had a lot of opposition. I just noticed, I looked on the stage for the recent inauguration, and I'm looking, it's like a who's who of Washington. Well, if you look on the stage for the first one, it was just the opposite.
So some of your plays have raised some questions and had some pushbacks. 19 states' attorneys general filed a lawsuit, and early Saturday, a judge agreed with them to restrict Elon Musk and his government efficiency team, Doge, from accessing Treasury Department payment and data systems. They said there was a risk of irreparable harm. What do you make of that? And does that slow you down on what you want to do?
No, I disagree with it 100%. I think it's crazy.
I disagree with anything that's against what I want to happen. Yeah, what a shocker.
And we have to solve the efficiency problem.
We have to solve the efficiency problem because Doge, we wanted efficiency. We wanted more efficiency. It's like, no, you wanted to gift Elon a position in the government because he helped finance your campaign, and he was giving away money to people who would register to vote for you. And your way of rewarding him was creating a whole new department. You knew he was behind pumping up the cryptocurrency Doge, so you came up with the Doge department, and then you're like, what are we going to call it? Oh, there's an E in it. That stands for efficiency. Don't act like this was something... This is not something Trump would have done if Elon hadn't gotten involved with his campaign. This is not some strategic thing.
We have to solve the fraud, waste, abuse, all the things that have gone in the government. You take a look at the USAID, the kind of fraud in there,
and you
where
found
the money's
significant
going.
things.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going, where if I read a list, you'd say this is ridiculous, and you've read the same lists, and there are many that you haven't even seen. It's crazy. It's a big scam. Now, there's some good money, and we can do that through any one of a number. I think I'd rather give it to Marco Rubio over at the State Department. Let him take care of the few good ones. So I don't know if it's kickbacks or what's going on, but the people, look, I ran on this, and the people want me to find it. And I've had a great help with Elon Musk, who's been terrific.
Bottom line, you say you trust him.
Trust Elon? Oh, he's not gaining anything. In fact, I wonder how he can devote the time to it. He's so into it. But I told him do that. Then I'm going to tell him very soon, like maybe in 24 hours, to go check the Department of Education. He's going to find the same thing. Then I'm going to go to the military. Let's check the military. We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse. But I campaigned on this, Brett.
You announced tariffs on Canada and Mexico. You immediately got action from both of them on board.
You got action. No, they... They said they were going to do shit that they were already doing, and then they, appointed a border czar, whatever that means. There's no requirement that this border czar has to do anything. I like how they try to position this as a win. Trump said he was going to do something, and then when they were like, well, we're going to do the same thing back to you, then he's like, okay, well, we're going to work something out then. And now, the Trump magatards take this as a win. We're like, look, they did what he was going to do when he threatened the terrorists. No, they threatened the terrorists back, and Trump backed out after they threatened to do the terrorists back. That's the reality of the situation. It's ridiculous.
security and drug
I
interdiction.
did a lot of
Is that
action
good
that nobody
enough?
expected.
Is that
No,
good
it's-
enough?
no, it's-
Nobody knew this. No one expected it. Nobody thought it would happen. He always does this. He always does the like, I did this thing. No one expected it. No one knew it, but I did it.
It's not good enough.
So more needed in 30 days.
Something has to happen. It's not sustainable, and I'm changing it.
You know, the Prime Minister said this weekend to a group of Canadian businessmen, he was at a private meeting, he said that your wish for Canada to be the 51st state is a, quote, real thing. Is it a real thing?
Yeah, it is. I think
Okay, so no one can claim he's joking. He was asked right here, point blank, Canada, the whole country of Canada, one state, the 51st state, the entire country, the second largest country by land in the world. He wants it to be one whole state. Yeah, I want that. Dude. If you voted for this guy, you're a dipshit. I'm sorry.
Canada would be much better off being a 51st state because
No, Canada is better off not being part of the United States. The best part of Canada is that in many ways it's similar to the US, but it's not part of the US. So a lot of the differences are improvements there. And that's just the reality.
we lose $200 billion a year with Canada, and I'm not going to let that happen. It's too much.
What do you mean we lose? Hold on.
Yeah, it is. I think Canada would be much better off being a 51st state because we lose $200 billion a year with Canada.
So I don't know what he means. We lose $200 billion a year with them. I don't understand what he means. But how does that make them better off? It just sounds like it makes you better off.
And I'm not going to let that happen. It's too much. Why are we paying $200 billion a year, essentially in subsidy to Canada? Now, if they're a 51st state, I don't mind doing it.
You said the tariff is a beautiful word. There are some signs in the markets, consumer confidence, that they're a little jittery. So
I heard
if all
that
goes
the
to
Drunken
plan,
Peasants back office is filled with scammers and is draining the U.S. economy. Get Doge in there.
Oh my
Make it
God.
great again.
when do you think families will be able to feel prices going down, groceries, energy, or are you kind of saying to them, hang on, inflation may get worse until it gets better?
No, I think we're going to become a rich. Look, we're not that rich right now. We owe $36 trillion. That's because we let all these nations take advantage of us. Same thing, like $200 billion with Canada. We owe 300. We have a deficit with Mexico of $350 billion. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let that happen.
Sports has always been something that Americans rally around to come together. They really do. You won the popular vote. You won all the swing states. Have you thought about how to try to bring the country together, to reach out or to find common ground? Have you thought about that or how that might go?
I'd love to do it. But I would say this. We have to come together. But to come together, there's only one thing that's going to do it, and that's massive success. Success will bring the country together, but it's hard. And I say it's hard. I just signed a bill allowing for women not to have to be punished by men in sports. In other words, men are not going to be allowed to play in sports against women. It's ridiculous.
You're a sports guy. You're a football fan. Size up these two teams.
I'm a big fan of both teams. They're sort of different. In Philadelphia, you have one of the greatest running backs, Saquon. You know, Saquon had an uncle who was a great fighter, and Iran Barkley, his name was. So you have a great running back. You really have a great quarterback. The other team, the quarterback really knows how to win. He is a great, great quarterback.
Yeah,
So
hurry up and shift away from the yes, I do think. I always ask people who shit on Canada, what other country would you rather share a gigantic border with like that? Is there one? We're lucky to have a country like Canada share one of the largest land borders on Earth with.
Game prediction?
I hate to do it. I just say that I've watched this great quarterback who has, by the way, a phenomenal wife, okay? She's a Trump fan, she's a MAGA fan, so I happen to love her, okay? But she's a great person. I watched her being interviewed. I said, boy, that's pretty good.
So everybody that enjoys and watches the show, if you would help me reach the goal, that would be amazing. It's pinned in the top of the chat there. Our MVP, Jay Spoon, he's been having some financial shit that popped up. He's tapped out for this week. So if you would be so kind, even if it's only $2, if you could send $2, it'll add up. And I'm trying to get to 75% during this morning stream, and then I'll do another stream later tonight. Thank you.
But she's great, and he's great. I guess you have to say that when a quarterback wins as much as he's won, I have to go with Kansas City. At the same time, Philadelphia has a fantastic. It's going to be just a great game.
Finally, listen, you are the most recognized person in the world, likely the most imitated person in the world. Every comedian has a Donald Trump imitation, everyone. But now you have UFC fighters winning fights, NFL players doing the Trump dance. Yeah. Did you ever think that was going to be a thing?
No, I didn't. I mean, we do these rallies. They've always been great, but they got really great. And
my rallies were great, and then they got really great, then they got super great, then they got mega great, then they got ultra great.
It's just, I don't know what it is. I try and walk off sometimes without dancing, and I can't. I have to dance because it's just got some.
Beardshire, no, you would not want to share a border with Japan. First of all, Japan is very, very isolationist, and maybe you're just saying that because you're a weeb or something, but Japan does not like outsiders. They won't even, like, we let immigrants from most countries come here and, like, move here. You normally can't even rent an apartment in Japan unless you're Japanese. You think it looks fun. You guys are fucking insane. If you would rather have these other countries that are so different from the U.S. share a border with us, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're letting some weeb shit cloud your mind or something. I don't know. But objectively, Canada it's so similar to the U.S. that we're lucky to have a country like that, that's stable and not xenophobic, bordering us.
Nothing special about it.
Mr. President, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the game. You can see the rest of the interview and a host of other topics on Special Report Monday on Fox News Channel. In the meantime, we'll send it back to our Fox team in New Orleans after a short break to the kickoff of Super Bowl 59.
There you have it. Yeah, seriously, even if Japan wasn't an island, you can visit, but you couldn't even rent an apartment there. It's very difficult. I've known many people that went to Japan and worked as English teachers there. It was super hard. There's no law about racial discrimination when it comes to, like, renting or at all, really. We have, like, protections here where people can't be racially discriminated against. That's all fine and good there. It's a very different culture.
If you say thank you for donations, you would get more. I feel hurt and my tummy is upset. Feel my pain, world.
Was I ignoring you? I'm sorry. I've got all this shit in front of me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't mean to make you feel bad about it. There's so much information in front of me here. Like, I've got 4 screens in front of me. So I react to it, but yes, thank you, and I really do appreciate it. All right. So Trump said today he's going to implement a 25% tariff on steel. Here's that.
Before we start with this, President Trump is back at the White House after attending Super Bowl 59 last night and says that more new tariffs will be announced today. This time, he's imposing tariffs on 25% of all steel and aluminum imports coming into the United States. A new CBS News poll shows 53% of those polled approve of the job the president is doing in office so far. When it comes to tariffs, those polled were in favor of the president imposing them against China, but did not like that he's imposing them on Europe, Canada, and Mexico. So let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro to talk more about this. Aaron, how are our trading partners reacting to this announcement from the president?
Nothing immediately, but we already have seen Canada and Mexico show that they're willing to respond with threats of retaliatory tariffs when Trump brought this up earlier during his tenure. They eventually, of course, found an agreement regarding immigration and kind of negotiated with him there for a temporary pause in those tariffs. But specifically in Canada, we could see more this Friday when there is an economic summit in Toronto where
Steel and aluminum.
Justin Trudeau will meet with business and labor leaders. Just noting on these tariffs, past presidents have had steel tariffs before, including George W. Bush. But this could really impact home building and auto industries here in the U.S. So certainly something to watch.
And certainly, as you point out, Aaron, some of these tariffs were already in place under the previous Trump administration. He imposed them. President Biden didn't remove them. So do we know if these tariffs are going to go on top of the existing ones or what?
Well, we know that this is broadly part of Trump's aggression when it comes to foreign policy and the economy, trying to send a message to China. Of course, as you brought up in the poll, it's not something that's necessarily a priority for American voters. The understanding is that this does go on top of those tariffs, but we'll see once we get the details of that later today.
The other news is a federal judge in Boston who weighed in on whether the Trump administration can move forward with its plans to buy out.
I'm looking to see. I wonder if there's a date on these tariffs. The fucking market takes a huge shit every time even the threat of tariffs happen.
Thousands of federal employees. There's another ruling expected. What are the unions saying about this? And what are we hearing from Trump administration officials?
The president of the American Federation of Government Employees said they are pleased with a temporary pause, so they continue to believe that this program violates the law. They kind of view this as one of the many inflection points for Trump's efforts to revamp the federal workforce early in his second term. The Trump administration and the Office of Personnel Management says that this deadline of 11:59 p.m. tonight stands, and that's what they're telling federal government workers. But certainly there's a lot of confusion, especially since there's of 65,000 or more that have already accepted this buyout. Questions about whether that will stand. Hopefully, they're looking to get clarity from the judge's ruling later today.
And finally, Aaron, as you know, the Trump administration ordered the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop most of its work. This is an organization that has protected millions of Americans from unsavory business practices, whether the credit card companies or the banks with excessive fees. So why is this a target for the White House?
Yeah, this program was created under former President Obama's tenure as part of the Dodd-Frank Act. Senator Elizabeth Warren, the foil for Trump and many Republicans, was crucial to its creation. And it's been long criticized by conservatives as overreaching. As you brought up some of what the agency does, they have oversight over banks, mortgage originators. The general thought is that the functions of CFPB could be folded into the Department of Treasury per Trump officials. We'll wait to see if that actually takes place in the way that they wanted to. We're already seeing some core challenges to this effort.
Aaron, you may be too young to remember the old saying, a penny for your thoughts, but it sounds like even your thoughts are going to go up in price. They're going to get more expensive. What's going on with the pennies at the Mint?
Yeah, I do remember this being in the West Wing episode. Trump yesterday noted that it costs actually more to make the penny than what it's worth, but it is unclear if he does have the authority, as it is up to Congress that authorizes the manufacturing of coins. It does cost, according to the U.S. Mint, 3.69 cents to produce and distribute pennies. So certainly, as Trump is trying to,
so this is something I'm okay with if they do this. And this is something I've been saying for a long time. And we do get kind of stuck in like, well, America does this. We don't care if other people have changed this. We like our pennies in America. Or we like the standard measurement system or whatever. Yes, it is stupid that the materials it takes to make a penny is worth more than a penny. Like the monetary value of a penny. I've been saying this for a while.
cut down.
even I'm just addressing what's being said in the chat. Even if Trump did make it so I didn't have to pay taxes on my donos, I still wouldn't like him, even though it would help.
Government spending, the penny is one way he's looking at it.
I guess we'll never realize the savings that we have when we see something that's only 99 cents. Why not just make it $1? I mean, well, why not just make it $1, right, Aaron? I think maybe that's what they're going for. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it as always.
Take care.
Dem stops hearing cold. Oh, this is okay. There was like a hearing, I think, about like trans issues.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of pearl clutching over the last several days from my colleagues across the aisle on Donald Trump, Secretary Rubio, the Department of Government Efficiency's plan to reorganize the U.S. Agency for International Development, or as we all now know, USAID. They're screaming.
I like how this is now the big thing. The big boogeyman is USAID or US. I don't know how to say it. I would say USAID. But yeah, this is the weird problem that we had never heard of before. I saw Elon Musk claiming that USAID was funding the lab in Wuhan that created the COVID virus too. I even had a friend from China be like, "Is this true?" So, yeah, I love it how Elon bought Twitter and has just turned it into his own propaganda platform.
Screaming about Elon Musk over there, but hey, George Soros and his boy are okay. They scream that we're all a threat to democracy when they've been systematically dismantling democracy before our eyes. They've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and there's no going back. So I would tell my colleagues across the other side of the aisle, take your salty tears and sit right back down. USAID has long strayed from its mission to effectively and efficiently administer aid to advance American interests. USAID has become rotten to its core, sacrificing the prudent use of taxpayer dollars at the altar of advancing radical, sinister social and political agendas abroad. From discriminatory DEI initiatives to
DEI boogeyman,
extreme gender ideology to marginalize real bona fide biological women. For decades, while homeless veterans sleep on our streets, our communities rebuild from natural disasters, and American families struggle to get by, USAID has pillaged and plundered the American treasury, essentially lighting American taxpayer dollars on fire, funding some of the stupidest, just dumbest initiatives imaginable, all supported by the left, and that's why their party is crumbling. Today, I'm going to expose some of the initiatives USAID has funded over the years and ask each of you a yes or no question. If you believe these expenditures of American taxpayer dollars put America first. So it'll be yes or no. USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million?
Yeah, because she used that word specifically.
Yes or no, Governor?
No. I have no position.
Of course you don't. Okay, USAID awarded over $750,000 to fund alleviating loneliness among migrant garment workers in India. Does this advance America's interests, Governor?
No.
No. I have no position.
USAID awarded $1.5 million for providing a gender-sensitive response to migration at the Venezuelan border. Does this advance America's interests, Governor?
No.
No. I have no position.
Does this advance the interests? Okay, so USAID awarded $4.3 million on October 1st, 2023 to a group to fund comprehensive health services for men having sex with other men in South Africa. Does this advance the interests of American citizens, Governor?
No.
No. I have no position.
I bet you don't. Okay. USAID awarded $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities by promoting economic empowerment and opportunity for LGBTQI plus people in Serbia. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. Nope.
You have no idea, right? Okay. USAID awarded over $70,000 to a group to deliver a live musical event to promote the U.S. and Irish shared values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Does this advance the interests of America?
No.
No. No position.
No position or no clue. Okay, USAID.
She's bitchy. She's bitchy. No position or no clue. I hate her. She's awful.
Awarded $1.5 million.
Can we shoot her to Mars? Can we nominate people from the government for Elon to ship to Mars for us?
To fund strengthening community support structures to upscale LGBT rights advocacy in Jamaica. Does this advance our interests?
No.
No. No position.
USAID awarded $28 million to a group to facilitate the economic insertion of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in Peru and Ecuador. Does this advance our interests?
No.
No. No position.
Okay, USAID awarded $17.5 million to fund voluntary medical male circumcision overseas. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. No position.
I don't know what circumcision overseas has to do with America First either. USAID awarded nearly $150,000 to fund HIV prevention services targeting men who have sex with men and transgender. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. No position.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm limited to 5 minutes, but these are the programs Democrats are so desperate to save. Our foreign assistance system is badly broken, and this ends now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not.
God, man, I hate how people take this issue seriously. There's so many more important issues than this. But it's like, no, you want dicks in women's bathrooms.
Going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Let
disgusting.
the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry.
to me, a slur is a slur. And here in the committee, a level of decorum requires us to try consciously to avoid slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it. And I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings who are our fellow citizens. And so I would ask, as a parliamentary inquiry, whether the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men and women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the
over
chairman,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be
mansplaining,
honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not up to date on my politically correct LGBTQ term.
I don't know.
Terminology. We'll look into that and get back with you on that. I don't know what's offensive and what's not. I don't know much about pronouns or
I appreciate that,
offensive
Mr. Chairman.
terms.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have to anymore.
So,
I thank the chair for his willingness to further engage in this matter.
all right.
Is that there's no limits to really any way how people can speak under these circumstances, right? Like they can say any inflammatory rhetoric. There's no real consequence. I think they could censure each other, but it takes a lot of people to get in on that.
You were looking at some of the first pictures of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I cannot believe we're shipping people to Gitmo for this shit. I thought we all agreed that it was wrong to do it to terrorism suspects that have been living there for 20 years.
Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Tents are going up and more migrants are transported to the base this weekend, and they are going to continue to do so. You and the president have said repeatedly that the worst of the worst will be held at Guantanamo. There are a few dozen people there already. I believe they're right now being held in cells formerly used to house terror suspects. So can you give more specifics about who's there right now, what crimes have they committed, and how long you're going to detain them?
You know what's weird? I saw a video about how Kristi Noem changed her appearance after she started to get in league with Trump. And it points out how all the women in Trump's camp all kind of have similar aesthetics about them. And they do all these comparisons like before Trump, after Trump, before Trump, after Trump. I wish I could find that video again. It's really weird. Like they all part their hair the same way. They all kind of style their hair the same way, the way they dress, the way they do their makeup and everything. It's really weird.
Would you look at that? We reached $600
tip train. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, look at the women that orbit Trump, his sons, wives / girlfriends, or any female politician before Trump and then after Trump. They all kind of adopted this same aesthetic.
So there are several planes.
I also think Kristi Noem may have had some work done
that have transported individuals to the base.
I don't like. How old is she? Let's see. "53." I honestly would have guessed older.
And they are in the system and the facilities that, a lot of our worst terrorist criminals have been incarcerated for many years. These individuals are the worst of the worst that we pulled off of our streets.
Who are they?
Murderers, rapists. When I was there, I was able to watch one of the flights land.
Yeah, here's a whole New York Times article, the Trumpification of Kristi Noem. She got a MAGA makeover. This is how she used to look. And this is how she looks now. And it all coincided with her becoming part of the Trump camp. It's like long hair parted down the center. Usually blonde highlights, which she doesn't have too many of them, but I see a couple of them here. And the way she dresses, there was a huge change.
And them unload about 15 different of these criminals. Those were mainly child pedophiles. Those that
child. Okay, I know what she's saying, but she may. Okay, the way she said it, I don't think you can be. That's a weird way of putting it, right? I don't even want to say the word. The word is just YouTube cancer.
Murderers, rapists. When I was there, I was able to watch one of the flights landing and them unload about 15 different of these criminals. Those were mainly child pedophiles.
You don't have to say the word child before it. The child is already implied in the term. But she makes it sound like they're kindergartners that are also PDF files, which doesn't really work.
Those that were out there trafficking children, trafficking drugs, and were pulled off of our streets and put at this facility.
You're building tents for a lot more than, how many are there now?
Well, they're putting up tents that will have the capacity to go up to 30,000 people. That's not stood up yet because a lot of our soldiers that's got there received orders just days ago. I think they've been putting up facilities for the last 5 days.
There are lots of different sort of buckets of people, if you will. You're right.
If you will. Yeah, she got the lip injections. Yeah.
Now talking about, as you say, again, the worst of the worst, people who you say committed crimes. But it's still unclear how, first of all, whether there are 30,000 people who fit that description.
Right, correct.
Are there?
You know, we are going through the process of identifying those that are on our radar. You know, the president committed during the campaign that he believed we needed to have mass deportation. So we're going after those that have been the violent criminals perpetuating crimes in our communities, also those with final removal orders, and then we'll continue down the priority list.
And will they be held in the tents?
It's potentially, but we're going to keep people safe too. So it depends on how dangerous they are and how they act in these facilities. So we have beds in the United States today that we're using and will continue to use that are ICE detention facilities, but we've got a lot of local law enforcement, a lot of communities and states that want to partner with us too, saying we have facilities if you would like to partner. And I think that's fantastic because that's really what we need is the federal government working with those local officials because they know where these dangerous criminals are.
I just want to ask you about that before.
Yeah, here's the thing. They always bring up the PDF file thing. They're like, oh, well, you know, the people we're deporting, they're PDF files and murderers and shit. And like Dr. Phil with his dumb, like, I'm going to follow around people getting deported. And the guy, I'm sure they deported or like detained multiple people that day, but the one he focused on was the one getting arrested for being a PDF file. The thing is that they go into like a place of business with a lot of workers there that are undocumented, and maybe they catch the one PDF file, but then anyone else.
Here's some
Yes!
Please leave Canada alone.
I like Canada. Thank you, George. I like Canada. I want Canada to stay separate from the U.S. because a lot of the things I like about Canada are the slight differences. Like Canada and the U.S. are more alike than different, but those little differences, most of them I like. There's little differences that I disagree with too, but most of the slight differences between the U.S. and Canada, I think, are improvements. So that's how I feel about that. But anyway, as I was saying, they claim they're only going after like horrible criminals, but in reality, in like a place where they arrest one undocumented immigrant that's a horrible criminal, they take all the others that happen to also be there with them, even though they're not doing anything wrong.
Before I move on,
It is true. Yeah, when you're telling the truth, you don't have to add a bunch of extra shit to it. That's what Brett Keane does all the time.
Reports that ICE is over capacity.
There have been reports, but remember, we're continuously busing people back to Mexico, continuously flying people out of the country and repatriating them back to their. So there's still room, absolutely.
The Lincoln-Riley Act requires you at the DHS to detain individuals who have been charged with but not convicted of nonviolent crimes like theft or shoplifting. ICE, you talked about ICE facilities, it comes and goes, but at some point they're likely to be at capacity. So could those people end up at Guantanamo?
You know, I don't know what the president will decide as far as utilizing it. We want to have the capacity.
I think it's fucked up to use military prisons on foreign. I don't even know if we should have military prisons on foreign soil anyway, because they do that so they don't have to adhere to U.S. law. That's why we've had people detained in Guantanamo for decades now, and they haven't even gotten any type of hearing or trial or anything. They got a life sentence without a trial in Guantanamo Bay. I don't like how we do that. I don't like how we try to undermine our own laws by doing this. It's bad for me. And we shouldn't be sending migrants there I just don't see how this is beneficial. Yes, Obama promised to close it, and he lied, and that's definitely something I would hold against him. But I don't like this whataboutism shit. Like, yeah, that is something I would definitely condemn Obama over. He said he would do it before he got elected, and when he got elected, he just conveniently forgot.
Facilities will look
decide
different.
Exactly.
They
which
certainly will
individuals.
not be used if in these prison systems. We have different camps at Guantanamo Bay, different levels of incarceration. We will have some facilities that will be up to the same standards as other detention facilities in the United States. And I don't think the president's going to tie his hands on what he needs to do to make sure that America is safe.
A lot of this, as you said, the timeline for how long people are going to be there depends on whether or not anybody's going to take them.
Right.
So it could be that some people are going to be there indefinitely.
You know, it's
Do you guys remember Abu Ghraib, the Middle Eastern U.S. military prison, where it got uncovered that the detainees there were being abused by the U.S. military working there? And the people at the ground level were prosecuted and went to prison for that. But why were the people above them not punished for it? It's funny because when something like that happens, none of the people who were actually in charge get in trouble. It's always the people at the ground level that face the consequences. Nobody above them got in trouble.
interesting to me is the previous administration knew who these people were that were committing these crimes. They knew where these folks that had final removal orders were in our country, could have negotiated agreements with these other countries to take them back home, and didn't. And we saw countries like Venezuela release their prisons and their mental health
what are you doing
individuals
now?
to come
Are
to
you
the United
comfortable
States.
that you're going to be able to
I'm
not keep them there indefinitely?
I'm super thrilled that Secretary of State Rubio has been actively going out and negotiating, taking people home. So that's part of all the decisions on when we identify people in communities. As soon as we're able to go get them and return them back home as quickly as possible. So my goal is that people are not in these facilities for weeks and months. My goal is that there's a short-term stay. They're able to go incarcerate them, take them, follow the process, and get them back to their country.
That's your goal, but
Yes.
you're not ruling out that they could be there for weeks.
I'm not going to rule that out because we are going to continue to make sure that we're talking with every single country. But it's not an option for us to leave people here illegally anymore. American citizens have been put behind people who have chosen to come and break our laws, and that's not going to happen anymore.
Immigration is one of the parts of it, and FEMA is another.
Mm-hmm.
On X this morning, Elon Musk said, quote, FEMA is broken, and he said so in response to the suggestion that he shut down FEMA entirely. FEMA is, of course, funded by Congress, has repeatedly been authorized in statute, including by laws you voted for when you were in Congress. Can and should Donald Trump shut it down?
He can, and I believe that he will do that evaluation with his team, and he's talking about it, which I'm grateful for. He'll work with Congress, though, to make sure that it's done correctly and that we're still there to help folks who have a terrible disaster or crisis in their life. He's been very clear that he still believes there's a role for the federal government to come in and help people get back up on their feet. But there's a lot of fraud and waste in the...
She has blonde highlights. I heard someone say she's not blonde. She's not blonde, and she's never been blonde, but she has blonde highlights. And that's something I've noticed. If the women in the Trump inner circle aren't blonde, they at least have blonde highlights. Another example is what's her name? Alina Habba.
Abuse out there. And since President Trump has taken over and come back into this administration, we've seen incredible changes.
What's your
at FEMA
recommendation
already.
to him?
You know, he's talked a lot about doing block grants to states and to local officials. I was a governor, and when I was governor of South Dakota, we saw 12 different natural disasters that hit our state and that were FEMA related, that we had FEMA disasters. So I know it from that level, and I knew every single time that I and the local county emergency management directors, the mayors, the city council.
I can't, you know what's funny was all the bad press about this woman bragging about killing a puppy made Trump like distance herself. People thought she might have been the choice for VP for Trump. And Trump kind of stopped talking to her and stopped dealing with her for a few months after that. but then he just gave her a cabinet position.
Commissioners, they made way better decisions than the people in Washington, D.C.
If the president came to you and said, "You're my DHS secretary,
Mm-hmm.
do you think I should get rid of FEMA?" Excuse me, get rid of FEMA, what would you say?
I would say yes, get rid of FEMA the way it exists today. We still need the resources and the funds and the finances to go to people that have these types of disasters like Hurricane Helene and the fires in California. But you need to let the local officials make the decisions on how that is deployed so it can be deployed much quicker, and we don't need this bureaucracy that's picking and choosing winners.
You mentioned Congress. USAID is an example, and there are others that I mentioned, that the Consumer Protection Bureau, that are also deemed by statute to be the law. They were put in place and kept in place by Congress.
And off mission. Unbelievable what USAID
But you're saying right here that Elon Musk and you are not just going to go in and say, we're getting rid of FEMA, you're going to do it with Congress?
Oh, the president has been clear, too, that he wants to still help people. But what happened by targeting individuals, helping some people and not others? Listen, the president just in the last 5 days has closed 8.
Yeah, you know what? You forgot. Someone in the chat just said, "Oh, I forgot that was her." Yeah, it's weird because politicians are aware of the short-term memory of the American public and the short attention span. So he did a tactic that shouldn't work, but worked on enough people where it's like, oh, she bragged about killing a dog and that looks bad, so I'm not going to talk to her for 5 months. But then if you remember, and this is when I was like, why is he with her again? There was that weird rally that Trump did where it was like a town hall meeting where he was just like, let's just play music for the next hour. And he just like stood on stage and did his like weird Trump dance to music. And she was the moderator for that.
80% of the...
I love all the Danish people that watch, by the way.
Open cases in North Carolina. It's amazing when you have somebody who cares how quickly the response can be. And that wasn't the way that it was under the previous administration. There's people that had wildfires 7-8 years ago in the western United States still haven't received their FEMA payments. How are people supposed to pick up
I took a trip with the FEMA director.
Oh, you did?
She cared.
Well, what I appreciated about her, because when North Carolina got hit,
I don't blame her. But it looks like she got one of those neck lifts, which is a surgery. I'm like, it doesn't make their face look all stretched out in plastic. It just gets rid of the saggy neck. She's almost definitely had that, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with cosmetic surgery. I mean, people should have the right to change their appearance however they want. But I will say that, I don't like the plastic surgery that like makes people look like they're not human anymore. Her eyes and cheeks. Yeah, when people get older, they get like the droopy eyelids, and a lot of people will get that fixed up too. There's little changes that can help, I mean, you're not the only one that probably forgot. But yes, this is the dog killer lady. She wrote a memoir and like talked about shooting a dog that was like feral. Like she had a puppy that couldn't be tamed. So she shot it. And then she talked about that like that was a good thing that she did, which is like, if you have a dog that you can't handle, take it to the pound, like take it to the Humane Society or whatever, and they'll try to help it. And if they can't, then they'll euthanize it in a humane way, not by shooting it. Like, sometimes when you shoot an animal, it survives and you got to shoot it again. It's not the best. I mean, like, normally what they do when they euthanize an animal is they give it a sedative to put it to sleep, and then they give it a lethal dose of a anesthetic that stops their heart. Way more humane way to put something down.
Will get you anywhere. I wonder where King Frederick went. I might create search party and roam through the streets of Copenhagen.
I don't know what happened to King Frederick. I wish he would come back. You got your tip war, your back and forth tip war with him was great. He's still in the Discord, so you could probably DM him and see how he's doing. You know what I'm saying, bro? I often wonder, so like the Danish language, it's more similar to like Swedish and Norwegian, right? How old is she? She's like in her early 50s, I think. '53. So she's 10 years older than me.
Dakota did as well. She did come. And I think showing up is a big portion of what needs to have happen.
I do want to ask a couple of quick questions. The Washington Post is reporting that Musk and his Doge...
She does have a long neck.
...team have access to FEMA's sensitive disaster data, which includes personal information about tens of thousands of...
She's not like ugly or anything. The only reason I was commenting on her looks is because there's a weird change that happens to women when they want to be close to Trump. They have to look a way that Trump finds attractive, is what I'm saying.
Disaster victims. Have you authorized Elon Musk and his team to have access to Americans' personal data that is housed inside DHS?
Yeah, we're working with them.
Yeah, her jawline is a symptom of the like neck lift. But if she had like the saggy like chicken neck, it would look worse than what she has now. I don't blame people for getting that surgery. That's I mean, people, like I said again, I shouldn't say I don't blame them because people have the right to do whatever they want. But I would say that's a cosmetic surgery that doesn't make them look less than human. It doesn't make them look like a weird, like, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like staple other people's faces over your face type shit.
At the president's direction to find what we can do to make our department much more efficient. So I think it's important.
You mentioned Salma Hayek. Did you guys ever hear Salma Hayek's story about Trump? How Trump basically tried to like pay her to date him? Salma Hayek has told this story before. Salma Hayek is an interesting ethnic mix where she's Mexican and Middle Eastern. That's why she kind of has a unique look, you know? But yeah, she's beautiful. Beautiful now, beautiful 30 years ago, the first time I saw her.
This is essentially an audit of the federal government, which is...
Yeah, Laura Loomer is an example of someone who fucked up their face with plastic surgery. How old is she, too? Like in her 30s?
Which is very powerful and needs to have happen. That agency, and one of the things I've been very clear to the appropriators in the Senate and the House is please give me the authority to reprogram funds. There's funds
but that's
that are
different from him having access to personal data that is housed
the president has authorized him to have access.
And you feel comfortable?
So absolutely.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't.
Yeah, they used to always do that. We need small government. They used to always say that. We need smaller government. Now they want bigger government. They want the government to be able to tell women what they can and can't do with their bodies and all that kind of shit.
Having government anymore.
Having access to personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the American people now are saying that we have had our personal information shared and out there in the public.
Now Elon Musk has access to it.
Yeah, but Elon Musk is part of the administration that is helping us identify where we can find savings and what we can do. And he has gone through the processes to make sure that he has the authority
You're totally
the president has
comfortable with
granted
it.
him. I am today by the work that he's doing by identifying waste, fraud, and abuse. And his information that he has is looking at programs, not focusing on personal data and information.
Not focusing on it, but he has access to it.
How can you prove what he does and doesn't focus on? And we know Elon is petty, and if he's given the ability to strike back at his opponents, he will. Like, Elon could be like, oh, this guy I don't like. Maybe let me see if hasn't paid his taxes. You know? It's fucked up to give someone like that sort of information. We need like nonpartisan people to deal with that kind of shit.
We'll be continuing to talk to him about what all he has access to. But this audit.
By the way, we're almost to 70%. My goal for this stream is 75, and then I'll be streaming again later tonight. If you guys want to help out with that, every little bit helps. Even if it's just like $2 you've got sitting in your bank account, it would help out tremendously. Thank you. And send me a kind message. I'll read the messages.
It needs to happen to make sure that we are going through a process that adds integrity back into these programs. And people's personal information has been out there in these caseworks that have been closed for a long time, that people are getting responses now that they haven't had before.
She said last question and they cut it off at the last question. I don't get that. Guys, I have to pee really bad, but I have plenty more to get to. Don't leave. I know like like a couple minutes seems like an eternity sometimes, but I'm just going to pee really quick and wash my hands and then I'll be right back. So please don't leave. I'll be right back in just a couple minutes here. Just got to run to the bathroom. Something weird is going on, and I think it might just be with my browser. Okay, it's back now. That is so weird. By the way, chicken squibs, if you can't afford it, I get it. And me asking it's only directed to the people who can afford it. If you can't, I understand, and you're still welcome to hang out and be part of the stream and everything. I'm only putting it out, and it's not to shame the people who can't afford it. You're just as welcome as people who can, you know. But obviously, I gotta put that out there, because no one will do it if I don't put it out there. So it's not a dig at anyone who can afford it. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. You know? That's how I see it. You shouldn't feel shame. Don't feel shame because you're having financial issues. Seriously, don't feel like it's stressful to have financial issues, but don't be shameful over it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You're not the only one, and it happens to the best of us. So don't feel bad about it. Photos of Okay, this is a little bit. This is going back to the Gitmo shit, because now there are actual migrants in Gitmo.
A big question, and
oh, it's Fox News covering it too. So let's see if they try to spin this as a good thing.
Just because of the number of all these lawsuits now,
there's literally no reason why they have to go to a military prison on an island.
Oh, is this the new lawfare? On the list of legal fights from the left, they are now pressing lawsuits against President Trump's orders to end birthright citizenship.
Yeah, because it's in the fucking Constitution. It's not lawfare. It's in the He's trying to do something. He took a fucking oath to defend and uphold the Constitution, and then he the very same day starts trying to do unconstitutional shit. You fucking dumb cunt. And you know this, but you work for Fox News, so you have to pretend like you don't know it. I hate the playing dumb shit that Fox News does.
To stop sending transgender inmates to male prisons and to put United States, the USAID workers on
transgender female inmates to male prisons. I think she's confused with what she just said here. Because what they're trying to do is trying to stop trans women from being sent to male prisons. Right? Or I'm sorry, they're trying to stop trans women from being sent to women prisons is what they're trying to do. But she just worded it, I think, the opposite way.
End birthright citizenship, to stop sending transgender inmates to male prisons.
They're not trying to stop that. They're trying to keep doing it. All right, whatever.
And to put United States, the USAID workers on leave.
I love how that's the new big boogeyman, and Elon Musk can just post any lie about this.
All the chicken squibs in the world.
Oh, thank you. See, you got your countrymen, your fellow Denmarkians here donating on your behalf. You see?
Vice President Vance, a Yale law graduate, posted, if a judge tried to tell a general...
Oh, actually, I don't think Squibs is Denmarkian, right? You're not Denmarkian chicken squibs, right? Maybe you're not. I wrongly assumed you were Denmarkian, but I don't think you are. No, oh, you're from the U.S. Okay. And I know it's Danish, but we created the word Denmarkian. Yeah, I had a friend 10 years ago that I met online, and she lived in Denmark. She was born in the U.S., but her dad was from Denmark, and her mom lived in the U.S., and she, as a kid, moved back to Denmark and was living there and owned a home, an apartment, but a home, and everything. And then she was like, I want to move back to the U.S. I'm like, no, you don't. And she did, and she regrets it. So she like moved to Texas where her mom lived, and now she's stuck in fucking Texas. It's rough.
How to conduct a military operation. That would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general and how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges are not allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Phil Holloway now, former assistant district attorney, former police officer, and a legal advisor to
let's hear what this guy has to say.
The Georgia Sheriff's Department. Phil, good to see you. So first of all, your reaction to the vice president's words there, his post about you can't really jump on the executive's power this way.
Well, the vice president is exactly right, Harris. This is an anti-constitutional effort by the courts.
Are we really going to cry about what's unconstitutional when Trump is objectively trying to do unconstitutional shit? Like, every amendment in the Constitution is a part of the Constitution. So if you try to go against it, that's unconstitutional. The only way to stop something in the Constitution is to amend it. It's very difficult to do by design. When was the last constitutional amendment passed? The 27th Amendment, ratified on May 7th, 1992, which would have been my 11th birthday, because my birthday is May 7th. I was 11 in 1992. It was proposed in 1789, but not ratified into law until 1992. It proposed, what does it say here? It changed the salary of Congress members that could, okay, interesting. The 27th Amendment. So we haven't had a new constitutional amendment since 92. I thought it was longer. I thought it was further back than that. But yeah, 33 years ago. It is very difficult to pass a constitutional amendment. And I would like to think, I hope, but I could eat my words with this. I would hope most of the people in charge of this wouldn't want to overturn birthright citizenship. Yeah, I'm 43. I'm 43. Yeah. I'll be 44 in May.
Any of these cases to simply substitute the judgment of an unelected judge for that of the duly elected president of the United States. And in many instances, like the case out of the Southern District of New York, which is the lawsuit brought by Letitia James and some other attorneys general, that even goes so far as to inject the courts into the relationship between the political supervision of federal agencies and the president of the United States and his authority. This is a clear anti-constitutional violation of...
You can't cry about what's come on, dude. Like, where are we now? We're going to just ignore all the unconstitutional shit Trump is trying to do and then cry about something against him being unconstitutional? I hate the fucking world, dude. I'm so done with it. I'm so fucking done with it. Everyone lives in their own, like, little mental hole. Like, reality doesn't matter anymore to so many people. It's exhausting. You know, the internet is to blame in many ways for it. I remember when the internet was a new thing, and I'm like, oh my God, the internet's going to give so many people access to information, and people are going to just be smarter because of that, and we're going to be able to communicate so much easier and all of that. I didn't realize that the information would be false information. Anyway.
Separation of powers. Nobody disputes, Harris, that these courts are allowed to engage in judicial review. If the Congress or the executive oversteps their constitutional authority in some other way, yeah, they can issue an injunction. But just because the judge doesn't like what the president might be doing.
Yeah, just like with most things, there's good and bad, but I'm starting to think there's too much bad out of it. How am I wrong, Woggy? Tell me how I'm wrong. I'm starting to think more harm than good.
That doesn't mean the judge gets to separate or inject his opinion and substitute his judgment for that of the president. It's unconstitutional. It's wrong. Well, it's lawfare 2.0 or 3.0, whatever the number is up to now. And the Justice Department,
I want to get more into the lawfare part of it for certain.
I don't like the "that's life" comment. Like, what that is a cop-out. We can't say, oh, well, that's just life for you. Or people also like to say, that's the internet. No, the internet is a network, an online network. When toxic shit happens on the internet, that's not the internet, that's people doing it. So, like, when bad shit happens, it's not just life, it's people making life worse. So the problem isn't the means of communication, it's who's doing the communicating. I like how people use the "that's the internet" thing to excuse horrible behavior, as if the nature of the internet in of itself is the cause for the problem, but it's not. It has nothing to do with me not liking it. It has to do with us assigning blame to the wrong thing. It's not the internet that's causing the problem specifically. It's who's using the internet and what they're doing with it. It's people. That's what it is.
But I do want to get to this, Phil. It's a different, on this list of legal battles, another one. A federal court yesterday blocked the Trump administration from sending 3 detained.
Yeah, like, you remember Darrell Brooks, the guy who killed a bunch of people by running his car through a parade? No one was like, oh, that's just cars for you. That's just cars. That's just cars. It's like, no, it's the piece of shit who drove the car through a bunch of people. Like, it's the same thing. It's not the vehicle with which we do it. It's who's behind it. That's the problem. I do, in many ways, I think not in all, but in certain circumstances, if you're going to do certain things on the internet, your anonymity should be taken away. Like, if you're being inflammatory on the internet, you shouldn't be able to do it while hiding who you are. Especially if it's like some serious shit. We should be You should not be afraid of who you are and putting it out there. It used to be like you had to like stand in the public square and put that shit out there. Now you do it as a coward, hiding under an alt account or whatever.
Venezuelans to Guantanamo Bay. The president has promised to expand the prison to hold up to 30,000 criminal, violent, illegal aliens. New images now show the first plane arrivals there, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem visited that site last week. And here's what she said about who actually is being held there.
I watched a plane load of people unload at Gitmo that were pedophiles, child pornography.
Yeah, see, they're always going to go with this. This is her line, and she knows when people hear the PDF file word, people just turn their brains off. And they're like, oh, well, PDF file bad, so what you do good. They know that word evokes like the lowest level of like mental acuity. Yeah, it's the one thing that like makes our fucking like brains just melt, where we're like, I remember when people asked Trump about QAnon, what did he say? He was like, oh, but they're against pedophiles. That's all you need. That's all you need is to use that, and then people just turn dumb and they're like, oh, okay. It's fucking so dumb. And then if anyone's against it, it's like, what? Well, do you support pedophiles then? It's the dumbest, like, lukewarm, dipshit bullshit you can imagine. I can't believe we used to make fun, like 10 years ago, we used to make fun of Brett Keane pulling that tactic, and now everybody uses it.
Pornographers. They were drug dealers in our communities that literally...
This is not Laura Ingraham. I can't remember her name, but she's an old school Fox blonde. It's not Laura Ingraham, though.
These cartels are partnering with the Chinese to kill our next generation of Americans. That's who we're putting...
It's not common sense. It's a deception tactic. They throw that in there to trick you into thinking everything they're doing is good. In reality, the majority of people being deported are not pedophiles. And if you're falling for it, sorry, you're not that smart. The vast majority of people getting deported are not. They're saying that's what they're going after. It's not just common sense. That's so dumb.
Down there at Gitmo.
So we know about what's happening in Gitmo. There's been transparency there. We also know that there's some challenges there. What's your take on it, Phil, legally?
Well, oh shit, I missed a dono from Space Suicide. Sorry, it didn't alert me. PDF file and Satanists are some of the best catch-all demonizing terms to use. Why people? That's why people always use them. It's true. I mean, Satanist is like not as bad of a thing to be, though, right? Like, what even is a Satanist? And then, like, it's not a crime to be a Satanist. I guess it's not a crime to be a PDF file either, unless you actually act on it. But you know what I mean. We like the way we define that word also isn't always on the level. Yeah, people still use it. Jared uses that shit, and he is a PDF file.
I think the concern with respect to those individuals going down to Guantanamo Bay might be something along the lines of whether they have access to counsel. That's a legitimate legal concern, but there's nothing inherently wrong, Harris, with the president housing, or the administration housing, individuals who are legitimately detained or arrested under the immigration laws. They're in the custody of the United States government. Where they are housed is more or less irrelevant. As long as they have access to counsel, basic constitutional due process safeguards are in place, that's perfectly fine. It's my understanding that particular injunction might be going away. I hope that it does, because once the government offers assurances to the judge that, no, these people are going to have due process. Look, the people that were there, the terrorists that were there, the government was able to give them some type of due process. So that's not going to be a problem.
Like literally, they'll go somewhere and deport 100 people, and one of them is a PDF file, and then they're like, we're getting rid of the PDF files. It's like, well, what about all the non-migrant PDF files? Because those exist too. They just tag that on with everything they do to make it okay. And people are just dipshits, and they don't look at the bigger picture because they're like, oh, okay, well, there you go. It somehow it plays upon like the lowest IQ on-looking individual situation. That's all they have to do is throw that. All they have to do is throw that in, and then that justifies everything to some people. Yeah, it used to be the tourists. Yep. And before that, it was the communists.
The long run, the president is going to be able to continue to use the facilities at Guantanamo Bay if that's what his judgment is.
So all of that, though, and I want to just quickly touch on this lawfare.
Lawfare, shut up. Yeah, he's trying to violate the Constitution, so it's going to court.
You're right. I mean, that's what I've been calling it. You called it 2.3. I think it's all part of the same chain, because it's a push against a man who was a candidate experiencing that, who's now president experiencing that. Your take?
Yeah, it is lawfare. It's the whole idea of the left is going to resist. They're going to take it to the courts. They're even taking it to the streets.
I think this guy's camera froze up, and that's why they're not showing him anymore. And now they're like, cut to the slow zoom
They're
photos.
doing everything they can to thwart the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump president. He said he was going to do these things. He is doing these things. It should not surprise anyone. At the end of the day, Harris, it is wrong for the courts to overstep their Article 3 power and try to basically inject themselves, the courts, into the operations of the executive branch. It's just not how our system of separation of powers was intended to work.
Well, and you're right about that. I mean, the American people, not only did they vote last November, but I mean, recent polling shows that they want the current president to keep going in majority forward with what he's doing. Phil Holloway, thank you so very much for your time.
All right. Here's Pam Bondi talking about there was some kind of ICE agent leak. And Pam Bondi, she's in control now. She's the attorney general. So let's see what she has to say.
So as President Trump's mass immigration enforcement continues, a leaked document is detailing a supposed plan by federal authorities to conduct a large-scale raid targeting illegal immigrants in Los Angeles.
Well, this is interesting. The Los Angeles Times has obtained a leaked internal federal document detailing the plans. The outlet reports that the planned raid was going to be such a large-scale operation that ICE agents were also going to be joined by the FBI and DEA. With this raid supposedly set to happen before the end of the month.
Trump's administration is starting to express frustration over these leaks.
She looks like a chipmunk that's smuggling, like, food. I know. She's got it, like back here. I don't understand what that is. What is that? Why is her, like, jaw so big back here? It's like she has her wisdom teeth removed and never took the cotton balls out. It's like Marlon Brando in The Godfather type shit, like back here. Why is that? What is that? Anyway.
Sworn-in Attorney General Pam Bondi has issued a clear warning last night for those responsible.
If anyone leaks anything, people don't understand.
She's at the fucking Super Bowl here. What a great place to interview somebody. Okay.
That jeopardizes the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement. And if you leaked it, we will find out who you are and we will come out
Yaira Jaw.
after you. And it's not going to stop our mission. It's not going to stop the president's mission to make America safe again. We were very clear with the lawsuit that we filed in Chicago that if you don't follow the law, you will be prosecuted by the Department of Justice.
So this is the latest news that comes after Trinidad Agua.
Like, I think she's reprehensible, but I'm like, she's not bad looking for her age. She's older than she looks too. But yeah, she's had some weird, the whole like back here shit is kind of weird for me.
Gang members were allegedly tipped off in Colorado just last week ahead of a raid planned there. And raids in Chicago were also delayed last month after another media leak.
Well, between the leaks and the handful of Democrat-led cities still trying to hinder raids and deportation efforts by declaring sanctuary city status, we'll continue to see how President
There's no
Trump...
sanctuary city status. What is it? What are they talking? That's a status? No, all it is the people running the city are like, hey, we're not going to enforce the federal government's immigration laws here. Like, they can come here and enforce it themselves, but we're not going to do it. Our local law enforcement are not going to do it. And if an illegal immigrant needs to call 911 to report a crime or to report a medical emergency, we're not going to show up and deport them for it. We're going to address the issue, which is good for everybody. Like, if you were in a car accident and severely injured and the person who saw it happen was an illegal immigrant, do you want them to call 911 or not for you? Or there's like a robbery or whatever. Do you want them to call 911 to help, or do you want them to not do it because they're afraid of getting deported for it? That's what a sanctuary city is. They don't enforce immigration laws locally. When I lived in Albuquerque, that's a sanctuary city, obviously. Obviously. I would see ICE agents driving their vehicles and shit. I'd see people with like the ICE shit, like the like ICE on their shirts and shit. So this has been a thing for a long time. This is not a new thing.
Deportation efforts unfold. But as we see these stories about how apparently there are leaks coming from inside, it looks like the Department of Homeland Security or ICE, just goes to show you some people are not on board.
New Fox blonde in the middle. That's bleached, though. That's not her natural hair color. Come on, let's be real.
In those departments with the president's plan.
I'm so annoyed by this. I come at it from two prongs. First of all,
you'll rarely see a woman with pants on Fox News. 20 years ago, they couldn't wear pants. It's very rare. They're all like above average attractive too. It's weird. Like, they have these weird. Where have you ever seen an overweight woman as like a Fox News anchor? Never. I remember what was her name? Gretchen Carlson. She was a former Miss America. And she was their first, like, Fox blonde.
You got to find out who the leaker is. They got to be prosecuted. The badge needs to be stripped. If they're a part of the administration, they should be banned from working from any type.
I'm not talking about local channels. I'm talking about the Fox News cable network. Local channels are affiliates. They're not actually owned by the Fox network. They're a local station owned by usually like Sinclair Broadcasting, and they're an affiliate. They carry the Fox News feed, but they're not owned by Fox.
Of administration going forward. But number two, and maybe this is just a personal standard because of my connection with law enforcement, I don't think it should be printed. It puts their lives at risk. Maybe that's just a personal view, Carly, but You got to understand the severity.
I understand
of
what
it.
you're talking about because we're talking about criminals here. And during President Trump's interview with Brett Baer, the Super Bowl one that aired yesterday, Brett asked him, "What is success? How do you unite the country?" And he says, "The way to unite the country is through success. And getting criminals out of this country who are here illegally is what success looks like."
Right.
And last week, you mentioned
Who wrote this for her? She's reading a script. Oh, this is what success looks like. And they're all like, yeah. It's not just criminals. You guys are being so dishonest. You're not clearly defining what you mean by criminal. So you can be like, oh, well, they were here illegal. That's a crime. So they're a criminal. But then you're like, oh, all the pedophiles are getting deported.
in what we were just reading, there was that raid in Aurora, Colorado. They were expecting to arrest 100 gang members and criminals. They only arrested one. And Bill Malugin was on that ride along with the ICE agents, went into the apartment complexes in Aurora and said there were no migrants in them, but there were blood on the apartment walls.
Yeah. There were blood?
That is all you need to know about who is in this country.
I love how they're saying this from New York City. Like, we're looking out this window here. There's that Radio City Music Hall over there. I love how Fox News is headquartered in one of the most liberal cities in the United States. They all live there, too, and like living there, but then they're going to shit on it. They're going to shit on it because that's their job, but they're there. These people all live in New York City. They live there because they want to live there, too, because it's actually a nice place to live if you can afford it.
The Trump administration is trying to get out, but there are these leaks that are preventing that from happening and also putting the agents' lives in danger.
Well, here's the thing. When a news outfit gets a story, you know, we're a news outfit. We want to print what's going on. Invariably, they will ask the agency, hey, there's a story going on. Sometimes the federal government will say for national...
Who made the pub beer? 10 Barrel Brewing Company out of Oregon, Bend, Oregon, which is actually the site of the last blockbuster video on Earth. And it is 5% alcohol, and it is a lager.
Security or personnel security reasons.
Don't do that.
Can you hold off on that because we're worried about the well-being of the people who are going to be involved? Obviously, that has not happened. But then again, the leakers might not be inside the federal agencies involved. It could be local police. It could be somebody at one of these sanctuary counties or entities who do not want this program to happen. But as we've been talking this morning, according to these new polls out, a majority of Americans are happy with the way Donald Trump is
over 60%.
He's following through on stuff he said he would do. And
they literally, she might be smart. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not shitting on her, but they want, like, Fox was always about having the eye candy. They picked her because she's thin and reasonably attractive, and that's why she's there. That's what Fox has always done. That's why they do it.
The raids are part of his plan.
That's right. And Pam Bondi put the leaker on notice. Whoever it is, whoever they are, we're going to go after you. We're going to prosecute you. And we're still going to get the job done at the border.
All right. Time for another bathroom break, guys. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Just wait like a minute. And we'll watch some more stuff. All right? See you in just a moment. Let's listen to some. Let's do a palate cleanser really quick, and then we'll get back into news stuff.
My wiener doesn't
Everyone,
stink.
you can do the Trump dance, or you can do like the monkey, or you can do like the
King Cobra
dance, or whatever.
What up, YouTube? I live in Casper, Wyoming, and you know what? I love.
You can do the night at the Roxbury.
Casper, Wyoming. It's in Wyoming. It's a really, really, really pretty mountain town. All kinds of shit
in Wyoming.
And I'm like, girls have cooties in Wyoming. Girls have cooties. All kinds of cooties. Girls in Wyoming have cooties. You know what I'm saying? Girls have cooties. And sex is gross. I speak from experience. What little experience that I do have. So I says to myself, you must experiment with the same gender. And you know what? I just, I like the way it feels. Woo! In fact, I've always said, girls have cooties. In Wyoming, girls have cooties. All kinds of cooties. Girls in Wyoming have cooties. You know what I'm saying? Girls have cooties. And sex is gross. Especially if you're straight, trust me. That's weird. That's where babies come from. I'm not trying to be creepy about it. I look at all the chicks who rejected me growing up, and I'm like, who's laughing now? But I digress. And you know what? You must accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
I am Jesus Christ, that beautiful Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like didn't Jesus' blood turn to wine in the name of Jesus Christ? I'm just kidding.
It's actually not this. It's the opposite. Jesus, if you believe Jesus actually existed, which I don't, in the Bible story, Jesus made an analogy when he had the Last Supper with his apostles, that the bread they ate was his flesh and the blood the wine they drank was his blood. And then the Catholic Church takes that literally, which is fucking insane. And they think that when the priest prays over the wine and bread, that it literally turns into the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ. So it's the opposite way. Anyway.
Keep doing my thing. And you know what? Girls have cooties in Wyoming. Girls have cooties. All kinds of cooties. Girls in Wyoming have cooties. You know what I'm saying? Girls have cooties. And sex is gross.
It is cannibalism, but you're not allowed to say that. I went to Catholic school. Like, all of my formal education was at Catholic schools, so I got in trouble a lot. I got in trouble for the way I dressed and having long hair, but I also got in trouble for asking questions that pissed people off also. We had to pray before every class, too. Crazy shit. Let's do something else. Can we just the news is depressing me, so let's do some Cobra shit.
Somewhere in the world today, men have got to stand up strong. Face the truth about themselves to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. Stand up. It's amazing. Stand up. It's amazing. Stand up.
It is fucking weird how, like, because the first communion is usually first or second grade. When you take your first communion, when you eat the bread, which is like these tasteless wafers, and then drink the blood, which is watered down wine. It is weird how the church can legally give first graders wine. But if it's not religious, you'd go to jail for that. Kind of weird. The Eucharist. Yeah, that's the actual... That is the word that the church uses for when the bread becomes actually the flesh of Jesus. And there are other churches that do it symbolically. They do communion symbolically, but which is funny because I remember in high school, like after the DNA test shit happened, I got in trouble for this. I got in trouble, but one of my family members was a huge donator to this school. So I never got like kicked out or anything. But I asked like, okay. And it was in a class where a priest was my teacher. I was like, all right, Father Rick, can we bring in some bread and wine and you'll pray over it and make it the Eucharist? Can we send that to a lab to have it DNA tested? To see if it's actually the flesh and blood of a 30-year-old Jewish man? Can we figure that out really quick? Because I think that would be easy now with modern science. It would come back, there's no DNA in this because it's wine and bread. But I digress, tubes. Anyway, let's watch some Cobra and chill.
Up, you crazy bastards. We got some weekend juice on lock, ready to rock, and these trolls can suck my cock. We got some Jack.
Yeah, they came up with that belief when you couldn't DNA test shit. So you couldn't be like, oh, it's not actually the blood of Christ, even though it was wine, or even though it was bread. Like, how can you prove it's not? It's like, oh, well, now I can DNA test it. Is this the blood of a 30-year-old Jewish man? No.
So I'm about to talk about politics, and certain politics may offend certain people.
Look at this pour. Dude, he is, with his, dude, he pours so heavy. He's probably going to fill like 3/4 of this cup.
So, it involves Trump.
It makes me want to, like, I love whiskey too, but I've thrown up from it so many times, and watching him like fill like 3/4 of his cup with whiskey just makes me think I would puke.
Bill he signed only recognizing 2 genders.
Oh no, he poured more in it.
And I'm going to be nice about it, but I'm also going to be fair and just straight up tell it like it is.
Cobes, your goatee has gotten so long.
If you don't want to listen to Cobra bitch about politics, then there's the back button.
Yeah, leave, trolls.
Click it.
He's putting Mountain Dew has for me. I don't know what kind of Mountain Dew this is. I don't drink Mountain Dew. I did when I was younger. I like mixing Mountain Dew with booze usually doesn't go well.
Okay, so Trump signed a bill.
Oh God, Cobra, really? Okay.
Pour myself a drink combo. We got some Baja Blast and some Jack Daniels. Trump signed a bill that said that there are only 2 genders, and I want to call them the rainbow community, because if you call them the gay community, it's like, well, in my opinion, they're more than just gays. You have a spectrum of different...
You're right, Cobra, you're right.
...individuals. So I will call them the rainbow community, because it's not just gays, there's also bisexuals, trans, non-binary, asexual, intersex,
yeah,
etc., etc.
Yeah,
They're
you're right.
constantly
You're right.
changing their acronym. They can't agree on what they want.
I mean, the right can't agree on what they're against. Is it CRT or is it DEI or like what is it? Is it the USAID? Like,
want their acronym to be called.
It's almost like things evolve over time.
And yeah, it's supposed to be about acceptance and inclusivity. We'll get into that here in a second. Let me just sip my asshole juice for the weekend.
My asshole juice, Cobra. That doesn't sound good, dude. I know what you're saying, but you called it asshole juice. And if someone was like, hey, you want to drink this? It's asshole juice. I'd be like, no. You want to drink this drink called asshole juice? His face after he drank it, too.
It's basic biology, people. And Trump signing that bill doesn't personally affect you. Like, both sides are being stupid about it, in my opinion. Like, the radical left and the radical rainbow mob on the radical left, because you got everyone else right here in the rainbow community, and then you got the radicalized version.
We're all dying, right? Like, the minute that it's born, it begins to die. I'd love to just give in. I'd love to live this lie.
Of it over here. And these radical assholes make it hard for the people in the community in general to get acceptance. Plus, the fucking media we live in, depending on what outlet you watch, likes to focus on all the negative crap that makes LGB look bad, and that doesn't help the situation either. And here's the thing of it. It's a stupid bill because it doesn't really do anything, in my personal opinion. And it's like, well, if you still want to believe that there were 10 billion genders out there, but gender doesn't exist, it's a social concept, but you better
construct.
Respect my gender pronouns. Nobody's going to...
I have never experienced this shit where, like, there's like this weird fear-mongering campaign out there where, like, if you accidentally call someone the wrong gender, like, you're going to be ostracized or persecuted or whatever. And there's like these weird, like, obscure genders. It's never happened. And I live in Seattle. I usually refer to most people as gender neutral. Like, I usually don't do the, like, Mr. Madam kind of thing. So
take you seriously. You can't have it both ways. And if your genitalia does not define your gender, why get the trans realignment surgery in the first place? Because I hear a lot of people screaming about how, like, gender doesn't define your sexuality or your genitalia, blah, blah, blah. But the second Trump signs a bill saying that there are only two genders, people are rightfully so, I guess, offended because they feel like their gay rights are being violated. And, like, here's the thing of it. It's not gay rights. It's rainbow rights. Get it right. Because that community is more than just gay people. You know what I'm saying?
I thought I was hairy. Cobra is way more hairy than me. Yeah.
And it's like, you think you haven't oppressed? Try being gay in the Middle East under Sharia law with the Muslims. Where if you come out as gay and you don't confine or comply with Sharia law, they chop your fucking head off. Literally. And you want to complain because Trump's president. Wham! Wham! It's like, calm the fuck down. Trump was the first president to host a gay wedding, and the Rainbow Crew still hates his fucking guts.
What's he talking about? To host a gay wedding?
Keep in mind, it's all about inclusivity and acceptance. But you look at the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light scandal.
That was a nothing burger, dude. Dylan Mulvaney got one fucking can with their face on it. It was the only reason anyone knows about it because the right freaked the fuck out about it. And it was funny because we know it's performative because Kid Rock was like, fuck you, Bud Light. And then there was like a picture of Kid Rock at a nightclub a month later drinking a Bud Light. Out of all the different beers, he could have drank Miller Lite or Coors Light or whatever. He's still drinking Bud Light. That showed how the outrage was bullshit.
The only person it included was her scrawny chicken hawk flat-chested trans ass. Everyone else excluded. There could have been a way like Bud Light would have filmed.
I remember like Kid Rock would just, because I grew up in Toledo, which is like 45 minutes south of Detroit. Kid Rock would randomly show up at nightclubs and like DJ there and shit back in the day. And it's like, oh shit, this fucker's back again. I saw Kid Rock get booed off stage also in Detroit. Well, not Detroit. It was Pontiac, which is a suburb of Detroit. You can basically call it Detroit. Kid Rock is not very well liked. Yeah, the first time I ever saw Kid Rock was at the Warped Tour. I didn't know who he was. He hadn't had a hit song on the radio yet. And he was performing at Warped Tour. And I was only there because we were waiting for Rancid to play. Rancid is one of the all-time great punk bands from the 90s. And there's two stages so that they can set up one band while the other band plays. So I was standing in front of the stage Rancid was about to play at, and I saw Kid Rock over there, and everyone's chanting like, fuck Kid Rock, fuck Kid Rock, fuck Kid Rock. And I started doing it too. I'm like, I'm done with this fucker. He sucks. I'm waiting for Rancid to play. Like, anyway.
Dylan Mulvaney commercial. Like, if they would have been like, we're going to film it. Okay, it's a football game. And the home team just scored a touchdown and won the game. And everyone's going nuts and passing out and drinking Bud Light kind of thing. And you see Dylan Mulvaney hanging out with everyone else. And they accept her for being trans. And she accepts them for not being trans. And that's what acceptance should look like. Not, well, we're going to exclude the rest of you because you're not trans. But she will get all this inclusive shit because she's a snowflake. Fuck you. That's so fucking hypocritical to sit there and say it's all about including, it's all about exclusivity when it's a member of the rainbow community, but everyone else can fuck off. It's all about acceptance. And it's like, you know what? I accept the fact that there are going to be members who think a certain way. Members of life, if you want to call it that. But you need to accept that not everyone's going to agree with your lifestyle. And that's all right. Their opinion may be wrong, but that doesn't make it right. And if you're so secure with your sexuality and your pronouns and what have you, don't let the assholes get to you. Just be you and fuck what the world has to say about it. The second you stop giving a shit about what the world thinks about you. As long as you're a decent person, who gives a fuck?
Well, here's the problem with that, Cobra. Decent person is it's defined loosely.
Straight up. I get so much crap for being KingCobraJFS. People make fun of me for being me, and they assume my pronouns all the time, but no one cares about my pronouns because I'm a hetero cis normative white male. And the same side that screams about inclusivity and equality and acceptance, it's like, there were some people in that group who were so full of fucking hatred that they will hate you for being straight and cisgendered, while screaming how they're sick and tired of everyone else hating them because they're gay or trans or what have you. That's called hypocrisy, and that's the radical hypocrisy of the radicalized, the radical members, the extremists of the rainbow mob, the ones that make everyone else look bad in that group. And quite frankly, it's disgusting in my opinion. You want acceptance, and you got to accept everyone else for who they are. It's just how it is. Like, as long as you're not a fucking sicko, who gives a fuck? That's
not a sicko.
And like, realistically, the government cannot control your thoughts yet. So if you still want to believe what you want to believe about your gender policies, screaming on TikTok while shaving your head isn't going to fucking make anyone convinced. They're going to look at you like, someone's having a mental breakdown, folks. Yikes. Watching the radical left break down over this shit is hilarious. When you got protesters who are protesting because Trump signed a bill, our president, Donald J. Trump, signed a bill recognizing only two genders, and they're screaming about how their gay rights are being taken away. And I'm like, again, it's not your gay rights. It's if you want to be technical about it, it's the rights of your rainbow rights. Because there are plenty of gay people who aren't trans. You know that negative stereotype that, oh, you're gay, you must be trans too. Well, and not all of them are like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's true for the extremist part of it too, man. And two, he's not taking away your fucking rights. Just because the government says there are only two genders doesn't mean you now have to comply. And oh my God, if you're stupid enough to think that there were 10 billion genders, but gender doesn't exist, it's a social concept. But you must respect my gender pronouns. And I'm like, well, if gender doesn't exist, then your pronouns are kind of bullshit. And if it's a social concept, what if
yes, women's rights are being I'm letting Cobra do his thing, but yeah, women's rights have been taken away in the last few years. Bodily autonomy.
I don't accept your opinion because you don't have to accept mine. It's like, well, okay, certain groups, certain minorities were treated like shit. So now everyone else outside of those groups is not allowed to have an opinion or think for themselves. And because I'm white, straight, cisgendered, and male, I get.
Are you alive though, Cobra?
I'm either a racist, a sexist, a homophobic, or a transphobic. And again, that's just the extremes. LGBTQIAA, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, plus extremist politics pisses me off. Because I happen to know a lot of good people who are a part of that community, and they don't need any more negative representation. I mean, am I wrong in saying that? You want to protest fucking Trump signing some stupid fucking bill that has literally no effect on anyone. Like, how about protesting all the LGBs who are getting their heads chopped off because they live in Muslim-infested Middle East? And it's like, you know what kills me about that, YouTube? The Muslims hate the gay community. But you see the way they treat their women, and it's like, I'll just let you do.
Well, yeah. If Muslims are truly following Sharia law, their women have to like cover up and follow all these laws, and they're not actually citizens. They're like secondary citizens. And then gays get killed. Gays get treated worse than women. Women don't get treated well either in Islam. They're property, basically.
Do the math on that. It's supposed to be a religion about peace, according to what some Muslims say, but it's like you treat women like shit and you hate on the gay community. And if anyone, God forbid, depicts Allah, you lose your shit. I'm like, well, I don't care if you're fucking Muslim, that's your choice. You know? Because I know Muslims have a lot of negative stereotypes. And to be fair, YouTube, that's very much true of the gay community as well. As a Satanist, simplest way of putting it, there's a lot of negative stereotypes associated with Satanism. And a lot of my friends, some of my friends are Christian, and some of my family members go to church as well.
That means they're Christian.
You know what the amazing thing about it is? Even though I have family and friends who go to church, they don't judge me. I don't judge them. We can coexist in peace and harmony and not make it about stupid shit like your race, your gender, your sexuality, your creed, your whatever. You know, it's just stupid petty shit that they use. If they use, that's how they use this crap to divide us. And not every Trump supporter is a radical white asshole. I get so sick and tired of that fucking stereotype. Pisses me off. You know? Fuck the KKK. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Fuck the KKK. They're a bunch of fucking...
Oh, what a hot take. Cobra doesn't like the KKK.
You get so sick and tired of people hating on you because you're white, but you're allowed to hate them back? No, screw that. We got to end the hate, man. And that's the problem with our society. There's too much hate in our society. I don't care what your political opinion is. Trump gets so much fucking hatred. And when you point out...
I mean, Cobra. He's probably not watching right now, but Trump gets hate because he's doing illegal things or trying to do them. He's trying to be the first king of America. And he's succeeding in many ways. In many ways, we're like, we never thought it could happen. We've had corrupt presidents in the past, and they were held accountable, and they didn't try to be king of America. Trump is trying to be the first king of America. And if anyone out there watching this disagrees, I'd be happy to tell you why I think that's the case.
All the crooked, disgusting shit the radical left does. What do? The radical left? It's all fake news. They pull a Trump and call it fake news. And I'm like,
they pull a Trump and call it fake news. That's where it came from. Anything that's negative about me is fake.
The fact that you're going to let your political opinion divide us as a nation? Half the fucking country can't stand Trump. Half the country's going, yeah, make America great again.
So I hate Trump, but I agree with elections and democracy and all of that. So I accept Trump as my president, but he keeps doing things that are anti-American, claiming he's the most patriotic president ever.
Although if I was president, my slogan...
By the way, I saw Jeremy from The Quartering. He'll claim it was a joke, but also advocating for a third Trump term. Like, if Trump can get a third term, then Obama should get one. Like, if Trump is eligible for a third term, we should be able to have Obama run against him. That's my take on it.
Would be make America greater. Because as far as
it's a joke until it... Yeah, that's what I hate. I hate how it's a joke. That's always been the thing where it's like, oh, I said something stupid. Oh, I was just joking. We used to all understand how that was fucked up to say, but now we're like, oh, okay, he was joking.
I'm concerned.
Even though it's not funny, it's a joke, right?
America's the greatest country on the fucking planet.
It would not make Obama eligible because the law that they're proposing would only make presidents who didn't have 2 consecutive terms eligible for a 3rd term. They're purposefully doing that to keep Obama out of it. And there's only been 2 presidents who had 2 unconsecutive terms, and the previous one's been dead for a long time. So it was written purposefully to give only Trump the ability to run for a 3rd term. Yeah, super suspicious.
And I'll just leave it at that. You want to protest fucking Trump signing a bill that only recognizes 2 genders and scream that your gay rights are being violated? No one's violating your gay rights in America. Calm the fuck down. And I know for a fact Trump's probably got a couple more bills in the fucking chamber, you know, that are going to really piss off the rainbow community. And I'm not saying you can't be trans, but hear me out. If kids are not old enough to have sex, then they're not old enough to change their sex. Fuck pedophiles, too, for that matter.
I don't know if that's true. Because we're talking about 2 different definitions of the word sex. We're talking about sex as a verb and then sex as a noun, right? Or is it an adverb? I don't know. Like, I'm not an expert on English language type shit. But sex, the word sex doesn't mean the same thing when you're being like having sex as a verb and then like changing their sex as a noun. Okay. It's not the same thing. Like you have a sex at birth and then you can have sex as a noun when you get older. It's not the same thing. And by the way, we're not changing the sex of someone. We're changing the gender.
Think back to when you were a kid. You didn't know what you wanted to do with your life. You basically existed in the world around you.
Girls had cooties too, and sex was gross.
Before you call me transphobic,
I want to have a cigarette right now after watching all this.
if I was transphobic, I wouldn't have a trans friend who goes by Sasha.
Oh, Cobes, you can't do the I have a black friend thing. Dude.
Now, I wouldn't be subscribed to Blair White if I was transphobic.
Okay.
Blair White just doesn't, not my cup of tea, man. And Jessica's gonna say all these fucking lies about me.
Oh yeah, Jessica is like, oh, he wants to fuck Blair White. Shit. Guys, I have to pee so bad again. I'm not gonna play music. I'm just gonna go pee really quick and I'll come back and finish this. I'm back.
Because she's so bitter about the breakup.
I'm not going to pee in a bucket.
And it's fucking sad. Jessica Boyle's a fucking cunt, but that's beside the point. Crazy, unattractive, nasty twat.
Well, I mean, you fucked her, right, dude?
And I don't gotta spread lies about Jessica Boyle to get inside her fucking head. I'm already fucking there. Nobody believes her bullshit. The only people who are dumb enough to believe the lies
I don't believe the lies
Boyle spreads are stupider than I am for dating her.
He does admit that.
I digress. I'd set aside my differences with Jessica Boyle if it made the world just a little bit nicer. But that bitch is mentally unhinged and fucking needs mental help. Her and my trolls both. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But circling back to the topic, you can't let chicks like Jessica ruin your view of chicks who want to date me. Or you can't let the fucking extremist assholes ruin it for your opinion of LGB. Because that's
LGB.
Think of it. Homophobes and transphobes and what have you are sexually repressed. They're either secretly gay or trans themselves, or they're not getting their dick sucked by their wife. So when they see two gay dudes going at it, it makes them mad.
Just buy a colostomy bag to pee in. Nobody will notice. Lol.
Tubes. Yeah, you know. I had a when I had my issue with diverticulitis this past summer, they did an x-ray and they said the walls of my bladder are like abnormally thick. And they want to do one of those weird scope things where they like stick a scope down my pee hole to look in my bladder. And I probably should do it, but I had that done like 15 years ago and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. So, because they only give you like a Percocet and a Valium to like calm down about it. But yeah, I probably should because like bladder cancer is a real thing, but I have to pee like all the time.
It's what it is. If I watch lesbian porn, then fucking I'm not gonna hate on gays. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the scope not only like has a camera in it, but it also like has to expand your bladder. So it squirts water into your pee hole to like expand your bladder, to which makes you feel like you have to pee so fucking bad. And yeah, the pee hole. People always say, "Oh, the rectum is an out hole, not an in hole." Talk about the fucking pee hole, dude. A metal scope going down your pee hole. Look it up. It's a thing.
Like, it doesn't personally affect Trump or the nation we live in. If some rainbow nut job thinks there are 10 billion genders, but they don't exist, and that you have to respect their gender pronouns, it's like, wait a minute. These are talking points I've heard from the extremists of the LGBT plus community, that gender doesn't exist, but you have to respect my gender pronouns. I'm like, well, that's the thing of it. Like I said, if gender doesn't exist, then your pronouns are bullshit. Like, what if I identified as God, supreme ruler of the universe, and I'm the only one allowed to have those pronouns, and everyone else's pronouns are bullshit? You would think, Cobra, fuck your pronouns, you're an asshole, you're taking the piss out of us.
Not an apt comparison.
How does that exist? And then if I got offended as soon as you asked questions, nobody would take my pronouns seriously. But I happen to think that pronoun culture is fucking stupid. But as long as you're not hurting.
By the way, here's a diagram of that shit right here. They stick it all the way down your dick hole, down past everything else into your bladder, and look around in there. And I'm thankful for that kind of technology where we can do that. But it was, and I've had all kinds of surgeries. This was one of the most unpleasant medical procedures I've ever been through in my life, because they put it down your dick hole all the way down into your bladder, and they're shooting water in there to like expand everything. It is fucking awful. One of the most awful thing ever.
Anyone, have fun with it. That's just my opinion. Like, I think pronouns are fucking stupid, but as long as you're not a fucking sicko and you're not hurting anyone, do it up.
It's not a good time. Not a good time. Here's another Cobra video. Food review.
What up, YouTube? So I ordered McDonald's. I got the Angel Reese special double bacon cheeseburger. I got a medium combo with a fresh high C orange. And the burger had everything on it. Plus, we added shredded lettuce, mayonnaise, extra cheese. Add tomatoes, 3 slices of extra 3.5 strips bacon, and what have you.
Let's get to 75% of the goal. Use the goal pinned in the top of the chat to get us to 75% of the goal. Thank you guys so much.
So it says 3 slices, extra 3.5 strips bacon. Yeah. And I got an extra order of 3 strips of bacon. And then I ordered a hot and spicy McChicken.
A hot and
with
spicy.
No shredded lettuce, no regular bun. Add pickles, add American cheese, add 2 half strips of bacon. And I got 3 sauce packets. Spicy buffalo, hot mustard dipping sauce, and the hot picante salsa. Now I got my order from McDonald's, and they included everything but the hot mustard dipping sauce. And I'm like, you know what? It's all good, because I didn't need it, even though it would have been the trifecta of McSpicy, you know what I'm saying? I've been hearing rounds about the new Angel Reese special double.
Apparently JF Kynes admitted about unaliving Mama JF.
Yeah, I heard about that. I would like a clip of that isn't being covered from another person's show. I would like the raw footage of that. But I have heard about that. Because he's dumb and he can't stop oversharing. That's a big problem with JF. He overshares.
Bacon cheeseburger. Angel Reese is, of course, an African-American female and a well-celebrated basketball athlete. I thought for Black History Month, for women's liberation, yeah, let's fucking food hack this. And despite not having the hot mustard dipping sauce for my food hack, I still made it. I smoked the medium fries and ate like half the sandwich. Did the review, and then somehow fucking lost it. Anymore, this is why I fucking eat half of my sandwiches when I do my food hack. It's because I don't want to, like, overdo it on the food and then fucking, like, what if I lose the footage and gotta redo the hack? There's a reason why I ordered the hot and spicy McChicken sandwich without the shredded lettuce or the bun and just have them add pickle, add cheese, and add bacon strips to it, man. Because I want to make this bacon chicken monstrosity.
He's gone.
Like, I went all out on this food hack, and then I lose the footage of me assembling the sandwich and doing this sick-ass food hack. And I'm not gonna lie, low-key, it kind of pissed me off because the food review was...
That pisses me off!
Really good. But it doesn't matter because I still got half of the sandwich left when I did the food review originally. Now, the barbecue sauce that comes on the Angel Reese Special Burger, I've been hearing a lot of my favorite YouTubers review it, and they're absolutely right. It's bold, it's spicy, it's got a little bit of tang and sweetness to it. It's got a little kick to it.
A little bit of tang in there. A little bit of poontang, if you will.
You know what I'm saying? But I thought, nah, cuz, that ain't spicy enough.
Nah,
This is
cuz.
KingCobraJFS. We're about to make it spicier. So I added the hot buffalo spicy sauce to it and the hot picante salsa. And I wanted to add the hot mustard dipping sauce to it as well. Did not receive the hot mustard in my order. There might have been.
I had some pizza heating up upstairs, so I'm going to grab some and I'll come right back and we'll finish everything. I'm just going to keep this up the way it is. Actually, no. You know what I'll do? How far is this? No, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, back.
Out, or they were in a rush to get the order out and people weren't paying attention. It happens. And it turns out I didn't need it because I got through half the sandwich damn near. And the combination of the spicy buffalo sauce, because McDonald's don't play when it comes to their spicy buffalo, son. You know, I have many fond memories of eating McDonald's, especially as a kid. You know, back in the days before my dad met my stepmom, and me and my dad were just batching it, you know.
Batching it.
If I was a good kid and I behaved myself, I got a Happy Meal. I'm old enough to remember when McDonald's included the fruit roll-up snacks in their Happy Meals. If you're a 90s kid, you know what's up. They get you a little, like, those rainbow-colored fruit roll-up snacks you got in your Happy Meals as a kid. And Cobra, your age is showing. And I'll be the first to say it. My food hack fucking tasted good. It had just enough heat on it. Like, McDonald's spicy buffalo sauce, in my opinion, is really good. Because it packs that buffalo flavor and that heat. And then I lost the footage. Like, literally, I was uploading it to my desktop, and it uploaded to my desktop, and I'm like, okay, cool, it's on my desktop. So now I hit delete on my phone, and then I deleted it from my desktop. I was like, say what now? And then I tried to recover it, not happening. I'm like, what do you do? Nothing you can do about it, just redo the fucking food review. Pissing me off with this shit. I got all bummed out about it earlier, YouTube, but then I got over it. I'm like, man, anymore it just feels like I can't catch a break in 2025, but what do you do? And this food hack I made is hefty, son. I smoked that medium fry to the dome before I started macking out on this burger where I added the spicy McChicken to the Angel Reese special with everything else. Not gonna lie, that smells pretty good. And as you can see, YouTube, let me just pick that up. I've already taken a couple bites out of this monstrosity. Food hack galore. You see the mayo, you see all the chicken. Ooh. I may end up eating this for breakfast tomorrow if I don't finish it all, but I want to...
He does like to let the food kind of ferment.
Just one bite on camera and let you know the scoop on this. Double bacon cheeseburger with goddamn chicken patty. And normally when I go to Mickey D's, I don't go ham on it. Like if I'm just eating regular food. You throw a fucking bacon cheeseburger down my throat, I'm not complaining. You know what I'm saying? But your boy Cobra likes to food hack and get crazy with the menu items. And I'm like, how can we take the Angel Reese special bacon cheeseburger double to the next level? Like,
he's all about going to the next level.
Like the spice of life, you know? It'd be like a heat on the sauce that represents women's liberation, the fire in every woman, the drive to keep going. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you got a big game coming up, basketball game coming up, and you hungry and you need the calories for the energy because you're taking on the team, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, this was a couple hours ago when I ordered this, so it's going to be a little stale, but not the worst thing I've eaten on my channel. Oh, 1 second. I'm stocking a spicy McChicken patty with pickles and cheese and 2 half strips of bacon, no lettuce, no bun, and stick it on that sesame seed bun action, snacking on top of this Angel Reese double with like I created a tasty fucking food hack for Mickey D's. Like, I don't get McDonald's too often just because it's bad for you and, well.
But, Cobes, you're usually like, this is bad for you.
More importantly, fast food's getting expensive anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see all my favorite foodies reviewing this shit. And I'm like, I got a food hack to do, cuz. And I planned this fucking food hack days in advance. And I'm like, man, this is going to be expensive, but it's content for the fans. And you see that chicken patty right there, the spicy McChicken. Like, yeah, I created a fucking monster dom of a fucking burger from fucking Mickey D's. I took the Angel Reese special barbecue bacon cheeseburger, made it spicier, and packed on the bacon and packed on the calories. Ooh, Cobra, you naughty bastard. Mm-hmm. Straight meat.
Such a weird combination.
Look at that. That bite right there. Yeah, that's all meat and cheese. Mm. Messy, getting sauce all over my fingers. I was so mad when I lost the footage for the original food review because you saw me unboxing it, putting it together. Then I lost the footage. I'm like, well, that could be just a stupid update. Doesn't matter how I lost the footage, just fucking redo it.
I love the looping, though.
And honestly, the Angel Reese barbecue bacon cheeseburger from McDonald's is getting the Cobra seal of approval.
That Cobra seal of approval is so important.
The barbecue sauce they have on it. I've been hearing a lot of content creators say it's bold, got a little bit of spice. And I'm like, yeah, it's also got a little bit of sweetness. It is. It's bold. Got a little bit of spice, a little bit of sweetness, a little bit of tang. You know, the flavors are all there. But like, how can I amp it to the next level and make it fucking KingCobraJFS food hack? Snacking. And I'm like, let's stack a spicy McChicken on top. And add more hot stuff to it. And like I said, YouTube, they didn't include the hot mustard dipping sauce that I ordered. And they could have been out, or they could have been in a rush to get the food out the door. You know, I get it. I used to work fast food. I ain't tripping about it. I got everything else I asked for, including the high C orange.
That's one of my, hold on. That's one thing from McDonald's, like the one thing from McDonald's that I'm absolutely addicted to is the orange high C. That's like the one thing from McDonald's that's like, it dilates my pupils and everything. It's ridiculous.
And all I gotta say is, you know what? This burger fucking, yeah. If it was a permanent item on the menu, I'd order it again. Shout out to Angel Reese. Keep playing your basketball, girl.
Oh, you guys all drink combo shit? I like that orange high C, like straight up. Give me that sugar rush.
Oh, keep doing your thing, you know. Fucking women's liberation and power to the people, you know. And I fuck with McDonald's YouTube. I've been eating them since I was a kid.
Most of us
I
have.
can remember when McDonald's had little rainbow fruit roll-up snacks. Like rainbow-colored fruit roll-ups in their Happy Meals. It's like, if you a 90s kid, you'll get the reference. And I don't know, I've been super depressed lately about a lot of shit going on and just in general with people
It does look gross.
I care about and what have you. So I'm like, you know what? Order yourself some McDonald's and fucking take the pain away. Just a little bit. My fucking hair was in knots and clumps. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Excuse me. And I got some Aunt Jackie's knots on my watch. Would recommend. I got it from Sally's. I ordered it on DoorDash earlier.
Sally Beauty
A couple
Supply?
weeks ago, I'm trying to comb my hair out. I got my hair in a ponytail, and I fall asleep with that ponytail in my fucking hair. And as a result, my hair gets knots in it, you know, and it dreads because I don't wash my hair as often as I should. That was a nightmare to fucking detangle, if you know what that's like. They pretty much ran out of hot water taking a shower trying to get the fucking hair to detangle. And I got my hair detangled. And yeah, Aunt Jackie's not on my watch.
I am balding, yeah. But Cobra's balding went a lot faster than mine. Yeah, but I am balding. I'm not afraid to admit it. It's on the back of my head, like back here.
Tangler. I'd recommend it if you see it at a beauty salon or like at your local grocery store. You know, maybe you see it at Walmart, what have you. Not a sponsor, but that product works, dude. My fucking hair is soft. It's detangled. There's no knots in it. And it took a hot minute to get all the knots and dead hair and everything straightened out. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, tubes.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my review of the sandwich. I'm pretty full from eating half of it earlier, plus like the medium fries. So like I said, I'll probably end up eating this later when I get hungry again. But I wanted to redo the review and let y'all know that the Angel Reese special from Mickey D's, I fuck with it. It's a good burger.
Oh, damn. Someone said, Andrew WK. I'm going to have to cut this out of the stream later, but let's watch it. Why not? He's dating, what's her name? Oh, God, what's her name? The girl with the really big boobs, with the dark hair. God, what's... Yeah. Fake Kid Rock. 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 The fakest fake Kid Rock. Oh, I don't care who he likes and who he's friends with. Like, I don't care about that. Oh, are you talking about Kid Rock? I don't know. I don't care either way. Like, if I like your music, I'll like it. I even like some of Ted Nugent's music. Did we already do that? Yeah, we already did that. Let's watch some Wild Bill.
Hello, everybody. It's February, and here in Florida, we're already back in short sleeve shirts. Wild Bill for America here, and I bring you greetings from the Mordecai Mission and Pastor William Green. I am beyond happy that the Trump administration has taken a sledgehammer to government corruption. We, the people, have been waiting 50 years for this. And now that we are seeing the USA moving back towards being a decent nation, I want to draw attention to what is probably the most dangerous cancer of all: godless, corrupt federal judges. Evil men and women in black robes have banged their gavels and forced outrageously sinful policies on all of us. The greatest evils in America were never voted in by the people, and they were not written into law by the Congress. The most wicked agendas of all were forced.
It's the American Patriots Bible.
On us by godless left-wing judges who used their positions to spit in the face of God and the American people. Same-sex marriage was voted down in every state where it was on the ballot, including California. The voters spoke loud and clear, but godless judges banged their gavels and said, "You voted wrong," and forced homosexual marriage on America in direct violation of God's moral law. They violated our founding documents. They violated our legal elections. And they violated the moral standards of Western civilization for the past 2,000 years. Same with abortion. The most despicable sins in America have been forced on us by corrupt federal judges, setting millions of people on the path of suffering and hopelessness in this life and eternal damnation in the next. Corrupt federal judges have been the most devastating weapons the Democrats have ever come up with. It was corrupt Democrat-appointed judges and prosecutors who savagely prosecuted President Trump and the patriotic Americans who went to the Capitol building to demand fair elections. Those prosecutors and judges violated constitutional law and ethics in dozens of ways, just to destroy the American people's choice for president. I'm calling on Donald Trump to turn the spotlight on corrupt federal judges and to clean up our judicial system vigorously. If you're a Christian man or woman and you agree with this message, then please go to MordecaiMission.net.
I love he used to push like the Constitutional Party. Now it's the Mordecai Mission.
Join the team, and together we will make a difference.
He's cleaning. He's a big-time cleaner. America bless God. Once again. I'll be right back. Got to do another PP. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Let's do this one. Be right back. right, back again. Back again, once again. How's everybody doing? All right. Let's see if I have anything else on the agenda. Let's see. Dude, I always have to piss. Like, constantly. Yeah, and I've had the problem for a while, but the older I get, it gets worse and worse. Coffee and beer really cause issues with it. If you want to help me get a little closer to the goal, please do so. 75%. That was my short-term goal for this stream. If you want to help out, it's right there. Yeah, the Andrew WK shit is probably going to end up being cut. I do like that song a lot, though. Pretty great. What else we got? It's really Kid Rock, really the real Kid Rock. Kid does not rock. It wouldn't be my first name. Damn, you make a good point there. Shit, it has to be the real Kid Rock. You showed me. You sure showed me. I've been showed. I was taughted about what was real. Baw wit da ball.
This is on Ted Nugent's Instagram.
Oh, we know it's all true.
This says how to interact with someone who wears a face mask. That's right. With derision and mocking. And I wrote in the comments,
it's that Michigan accent, the comments.
So many of those mask-wearing nerds walk down the street in Ferndale, Michigan by themselves, outside, wearing a mask. And then people are like, there's this other dude, he goes under the name Cycling Dude. He wrote, Someone may need it for a reason you don't know. Compromised immune system? Question mark? Some other illness? Be thankful they're wearing one so you don't get whatever crap they have. Fuck you, worm. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up.
Oh, this is AOC.
Weight to living in communities that are designed to be disconnected. It affects your
Let me go back. Let me actually listen to what this tard has to say.
There is a psychic weight to living in communities that are designed to be disconnected. It affects your social life. My neighborhood that I'm from in the Bronx and Parkchester, we have some of the longest commutes in all of New York City. It is a commute not just to work.
Yeah, I mean, like if you live in the Bronx and then you work in like Midtown, it's a long commute because the traffic is so bad.
It is a commute to do anything. It is a commute to connect.
So it's not that the roads are racist. It's the people who design the roads are designing better roads for certain types of people to get more easily into Midtown. Not that you would care either way, dude. You don't want to live there. You wouldn't want to live anywhere in New York.
Socially, it is a commute to connect spiritually. These decisions are designed to disconnect.
Yeah, you know, when I first moved here to Seattle, because there's a lot more Asians than anywhere else I've ever lived, they were wearing masks long before COVID. Mask wearing is like a thing you do as like a social courtesy when you're sick or if you don't want to get sick. And I was always like, why are these Asians always wearing masks?
Disempower and isolate people. And when you layer that with a lot of Robert Moses's racist intent to very.
All right, let me just put this tard's fucking. Let me just pause this for a second. I haven't seen the full clip. That's actually the first time I've ever seen it. I don't trust anything this affirmative action hire and retard has to say.
She wasn't hired. She was elected. How is that affirmative action? She wasn't hired, dipshit. You don't get hired into Congress. You get elected. That means more people in her district voted for her.
About anything. You are a bartender. You're a chick. And I don't think chicks have any place in government.
Okay, wow, he's going there. Well, your fucking governor's a chick and she's more qualified than you are.
And I don't think women really should be allowed to vote. Sorry. Now,
wow. Really?
What I'm willing to bet she's getting towards is she's pushing for the benefits of 15-minute cities where you don't have to commute that far. You can literally walk to everywhere. You can drive 1 minute to everywhere and everything's self-contained and also.
No, everything's contained together, but you can't drive. Yeah, has this dude ever been to New York City? Driving around it is impossible. It's easier to walk. Like most people walk because it's easier to walk than drive because the roads are so bad there. And when I say the roads are bad, I mean congested, not like the streets are like broken up or
pushing
anything.
For people using less fossil fuels. This is America. This is a very, very big country. Okay, you could take all of England and put it right inside Texas. Okay.
I mean you can put the land area in there, but the population is pretty huge.
We are not 15-minute city people. Maybe you Democrats are, that you live in cities. I live in kind of a city. Ferndale.
You live near Detroit. You're a okay, you live in a suburb. It wouldn't exist without the city.
Would be sort of like the suburbs, sort of.
Not sort of, it is.
But I'm right next to Ferndale. I mean, right next to 8 Mile, and 8 Mile is Detroit, okay? And Detroit's a city.
Right, so your fucking area would not exist if the city wasn't there. You are not kind of in a suburb, you are in a suburb. And suburbs exist because they're outside of a city. What do you think? Ferndale would just be like in the middle of farms and shit and you'd live there?
Sure, but not a city like Chicago.
It's kind of funny because he lives basically walking distance from the Canadian border. I wonder how he sleeps at night dealing with that.
And not a city like New York, okay? So she's thinking that, well, why would you want to drive anywhere? You're going to be disconnected from everything, and somehow it's racist, and somehow it's Trump's fault. Let's keep going.
Very much do so to a very specific kind of people. Black, brown, low income, poor, etc. You can really see how it actually builds in order.
Doesn't her voice make you just want to shove your fucking testes right in her mouth? I mean, she's very annoying. And
I mean, you're easily more annoying, and your music is trash. It's like the worst, I don't even know, like rock rap music I've ever heard in my life.
I learned her stupid face. She looks like a goddamn loser. That's what she is. Look at her face. Oh, she, you know what she's doing? She's blowing an Asian guy. Here we go.
Organizing challenges to communities who actually want to empower themselves. There is a psychic weight to living in communities that are designed to be.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna assume she's talking about 15-minute cities. I'm gonna assume. Let me see. Someone wrote. Let me read some of these comments. This is courtesy of Libs of TikTok official on Instagram, which is, as far as I'm concerned, doing the Lord's work, fighting the good fight, and posting all this woke bullshit on Instagram. Because I'm not on Twitter, X, whatever. The only time I ever go on Twitter is to look at naked boobs, okay? So it says...
On X to look at naked boobs?
Just
right.
AOC being AOC. It's painful to listen to her talk. How is she in the position that she's in? Oh, she's the worst. I mean, I don't know what she's qualified to do except for, hey, can I get an extra pickles on that? You know, AOC moved out of the Bronx when she was 5, and she lived in Yorktown Heights for her childhood. She's not from the Bronx or New York City in general. She's from a safe suburban neighborhood with good schools and low...
Yeah, you can be born one place and grow up one place and move to a different and run there.
Crime. Yeah, I would have figured that. Because all Democrats are liars. Republicans are liars too. Don't get that twisted either.
Donald Trump.
There, okay?
It's almost like everyone has lied. Like literally everybody has lied before. So if that's your definition of what a liar is, we're all liars. Everyone has told a lie.
How did our country get so dumb? Because we let it happen.
We let you continue to exist in it. That's a lie, Kid Rock. You just lied when you said you've never lied. Shite. I like Tim the bartender. Good question. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, if you live in Detroit, you can literally, like, walk across. There's a tunnel. There's ways to get into Canada. Tim the bartender. Yeah, Tim Black's still doing his thing out there. We got to 70%. I'm hoping for 75. Who's helping me out? Use the link pinned in the chat. What you talking about, atheist? In your tight-ass corduroys. Remember that? You and your tight-ass corduroys. I always thought that was really funny. In your tight-ass corduroys. What you talking about, atheist? What the fuck are you talking about, atheist? Fucked up neck syndrome. Dude, I need 10 pallets of gay beer. Someone send me your gay beer. You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage. You're nothing. TJ, you're garbage. You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage. I just want to be liked. Feminist slam poetry? Let's see if I have it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. I'll play it right now.
Feminist. Slam poetry. Hissing. Screeching. Squawking. Fuck you to all the men. I am blaming you.
There it is. I still have it. I am blaming you. I still have all the old shit. I hung on to a lot of that shit from back in the day. Time to learn something. I wonder if I have that. I think I do. The information segment. Let's see. Some of my, like my camera tripod is fucking weird. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Oh shit. That's not what I wanted. Here it is.
Time to learn something.
There it is.
Time to learn something.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Time to learn something.
I have all the old shit. I wonder if I have, let me see. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Here it is. Here's the old Cutting the Fat intro. Page Boy TJ. I'm wearing my Neff knit hat. That's great. The dawn arrived at midnight. The dawn arrived at midnight. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. What's another one? I'm working on it. I wish I still had all the old Hypothesis intros, which I don't think I have. There was one that was like Full House. It was so good. Yeah, I have most of the old intros. Let's see what else I got here. Here's an old mail segment that we did.
I'm the mailman. As you can see, I'm the mailman. Don't nobody mess with me. I'm the mailman. If you didn't know, I'm the mailman. I bring the mail to your door. I'm the mailman. As you can see, I'm the mailman.
That's an old one. What is this Cutting the Fat intro?
Time for today's Cutting the Fat segment. Cutting the Fat.
Wow, that was a good one. That was good. We had the white guilt segment back in the day. Here's another one.
Why am I a white male? Why can't I stop oppressing other people? Fuck you!
Oh, it's got Sarah McLachlan in it. In the arms of the angel. What else? Oh shit! Did we really do this? Shit, I forgot this one.
You are about to experience
games you love.
The greatest podcast in human history. Please recognize that this podcast is designed to be amusing and entertaining, and thus we engage in
games you love.
Satirical comments, exaggerations, and even dirty jokes. If you are offended by such things, please go away and die. If you enjoy this podcast, we ask that you help to support its existence by contributing to our Patreon at patreon.com/games
you love.
Contributors get regular access to monthly private shows, special commentaries, Google Hangouts with the peasants, and
games you love.
If you don't want to do that, you can also support the show by visiting audibletrial.com/games
you love
to get a free audiobook and access to over 150,000 audiobook titles, including great selections on science and skepticism. And if you shop on Amazon.com, we strongly urge you to use one of the Amazon affiliate links in the description section of our videos. You can help support the show simply by using our link to buy
games you love.
Now that we've got all that shit out of the way, sit back and enjoy.
Games you love.
Troll or not a troll? Oh, that was good. I don't remember that one at all.
Yeah, Drunken Peasants battle rap on the motherfucking mic, laying down the track. Talk about these stupid ass motherfucking bitches. My lyrical gat, give your ass some motherfucking stitches.
Let's go to the club! Let's go to the club! Good fucking sandwich!
Nigga.
Oh, dude, there was an N-bomb thrown in there at the end.
Time to make some money. Time to make some money. Time to make some money. Time to make some money on the Drunken Peasants podcast. Fuck up. Fuck you, Scotty. Shut the fuck up. Scotty's a piece of shit.
Crazy Craigslist ads! Yeah, that's it, baby. Oh, yeah.
Damn. Make you humble. Crazy Craigslist ads. Yeah, that's right, baby. Mid-90s Kevin Nash. Late 90s Kevin Stash. Everything is $14.99. I used to always guess $14.95, and that seemed to be like a happy medium. Ooh. $14.95. Oh, the memories. Thank you so much for your sweet memories. You're kind of like a bigger Ryby.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
By the way, please like the stream. Going to keep this going a little bit longer here. I thought maybe I'd play the Super Bowl and see how good I do. Oh, Egged. Where is Egged these days? He's too busy. He's busy being a man. What a loser. Oh, here's quick play. Delete. Yeah, I was already playing as Kansas City and winning, but I'm going to start it over. I'm going to play as Kansas City. I'm playing on pro mode. Was it all pro and then all Madden? So my shit's like the secondary difficulty.
EA Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
By the way, this game shows my internal misogyny because I was really thrown off by the fact that the play-by-play commentator in this is a woman, which they've never had in Madden before.
And the Philadelphia Eagles. All that and more coming up next.
No single building has played host to more Super Bowls than this one right here. The Caesars Superdome in the Crescent City of New Orleans. This is Super Bowl 59.
I'll cover the Trump shit later. I'm doing a stream later.
The moment is upon us, and we've got what should be an epic one here, as it'll be the AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs taking on the NFC champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. Brandon Gaudin along with Charles Davis, and what a season it's been for our AFC champions. I mean, this was a fight just to get to the Super Bowl. You got to figure that they
Raider Nation, eh?
I'd agree with
Return
you 100%
middle.
about that. You don't get there without having those types of attributes, and that's what you look for in a Super Bowl team. Character, confidence. These guys don't lack for either one of those. Now they're here. Now they're ready to win.
Meanwhile, our NFC champions, they have gone through a lot to get where they are. Everybody knows their story this season. What's the key for them as they start this Super Bowl?
Let's go full cliche on this one because it works. Remember what
All
got
right.
you here. Been a winning
About to run it up the
all
middle
season
here.
long. This is a team that when we saw them in the preseason, we said they look like a group that has what it takes to be a
Got
Super
5
Bowl
yards
team.
on it.
And we've been proven right by what we've seen throughout
I'm
the
going to
season.
keep doing the middle and then on occasion an outside run. I'm going to do an outside run to the right here. See if I can do anything with it.
Again, it's Pacheco.
He got me.
And he is met at the line.
No yardage, no positive yardage there.
They'll say no gain on the play there, and now it'll be third down. Looked like he was trying to bounce it outside, but no success.
Yeah, sometimes you got to just figure out where you're going to go, and sometimes you just have to take it to another spot. And trying to get it outside, the defensive pursuit was there and just ran him down.
Nope. Got to punt it.
And third down is a key down in any game you play. And third down defense, something we've got to watch in this one.
I love Egghead. A lot of people hated on him, but I always, I'd poke fun at him from time to time, but I always liked him and wanted him around. The old fan base was really unkind to Egghead back in the day.
At about the 23-yard
Egghead has a girlfriend now, and they moved in together and all that shit. He's busy. I don't blame him. He has a good life going on now.
Alabama then finish with an electric senior season at Oklahoma.
As we begin
And yeah, Egghead has peak tisms and shit, but
players. And whether he's the centerpiece of the offense or taking a backseat to his teammates, offenses always look to the quarterback to be a leader in moments like this. He's got to be that calm, composed pillar out there who stays level-headed and keeps everyone focused on the task at hand.
They'll start with the option.
Sack behind the line.
On the play, back at his own 19-yard
Second
line.
and 14.
That's going to go as a loss of 4, and it'll be second down. And not a lot of success to be found there.
Oh, you got that right, partner, because if you're trying
Do
to make
some
guys
man
miss
coverage
about 10
here.
yards or so downfield,
Man-to-man coverage here.
if you've got to do it in your own backfield, I consider that a problem. That doesn't work too well.
Hurts sets up to throw it.
Get him. No, don't let him run all the way there, you fucking assholes. All right, he did the QB sneak and got it. Bastards.
When he runs that football, he's got a first. Back to throw. He'll get this one complete. That's a
Good 5-yard pass by the Eagles right there.
Here, 5 on the play, and it'll be second down. I think defensively you're okay with that. You're in the first quarter. He's going to get some catches, but they rallied to him quickly.
And that's what you count on, and I like what you just said. First quarter, can you do it all game long? They catch it, you tackle them, they go down on the spot.
Are you kidding me? It's like he's dipped in oil or something. 2nd and 2, or a 3rd and 2, they're probably going to go for it here.
They have to work hard to pick up first downs, and you tend to stall them out when you do that.
3rd and 2. Hurts. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the first down.
And they'll send the slot in motion left. Throwing is Hurts. This one goes out wide for Barkley. And a 5-yard gain gets him to the 42.
Damn, they're getting some consistent gains here.
Completion here on this opening drive, and he's now perfect 4 of 4 to start. Pretty solid execution here.
And how about how everyone's handled their nerves? Because you know what it's like to start a ball game. You're so
wow, did he? Okay, 3rd and 1. Holy shit.
They've been flawless so far. Well drilled, well prepared, and excited to start this game.
This will be play number 8 here on the drive. It's 3rd and a yard. And this one complete.
Loss. 4th and 2. They going to punt it away or kick a field goal?
40 at the 39. They'll wind up losing a yard on the play, and it'll be 4th down. Here's Jake Elliott. Career long, by the way, for him, 61 yards.
61-yard field goal. Miss.
And that is no good. But there is a flag down. He might get another shot at this.
Really? Wow, dude. That is stupid. I hate it when I get a penalty. Really? Are they get okay, whatever.
Because to me that was an avoidable call. Stay focused and avoid major
Who hit the fucking kick? I hate when I get a penalty and I didn't even do it as a player.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Nice progress down the field was halted. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield to try and pick up bigger yardage.
Here's Hurts to throw. That's complete. He's got.
Are you kidding me? All right. 3rd and 3.
On that one. And then they get him to the ground.
Some of the shit Egghead deserved, and a lot of it he didn't. Like, Egghead, like, it kind of became an established rule that Egghead got bullied, and then people just did it afterwards. And I'll admit I probably took part of that, too. So, part in that, too. So, some of it Egghead didn't deserve. You can't just be like someone's, like saying like someone deserved to get bullied for being a pussy is like, oh, that person's weak, so I should pick on them. Like Egghead is super tismy. Actually, recently Egghead revealed that he was diagnosed autistic as a kid and his parents never told him that he was. Like his parents hid it from him. So.
Check, check, check. They like what they're doing early in the game.
A nice run there, 9 yards.
God, dude. I was playing earlier and I was kicking their ass. Started a new game and they're actually handling me fairly well right now.
It'll be Hurts on the option. And maybe the wrong read there.
He was not playing a character. Egghead does not play a character. Nope. I've tried to get Egghead to play characters and he's incapable of it. Egghead is not playing a character. That is the real, genuine guy. and he means the best in most circumstances. He's not a bad guy at all. I like Egghead a lot. That was not a character. They're going to kick it and probably get it here.
That's George Karloftis, who fought his way through the line to bury him.
Well, it's about how teams are so competitively matched, and you just want to make those plays that give you an advantage.
They got this here, I would think.
Touchdown versus holding them to a field goal. That's absolutely huge with the play he just made.
You know, he hated.
Are you kidding me? Dude, why are my people roughing the kicker? All I did was, dude, this is bullshit.
And this is going to be roughing the kicker.
Why do they keep getting me for roughing the kicker? I'm not doing shit.
To hold him to a three-point kick. Now you give him the ball again with a chance.
Why did that happen?
They'll send one of those two tight ends.
Why are my players roughing the fucking kicker?
After the penalty, they go with Barkley. And he gets it a little bit closer. He takes it from the 6 inside.
What is this?
Be interesting to see now what they do offensively down near the goal line after not much there that time.
I've held them to a field goal twice, and I got roughing the kicker both times. Oh, fumble, dude!
And it's picked up by the Chiefs.
Well, give some credit to the defense. They forced the
I didn't like the Egghead versus Galen episode, and if you notice, I didn't participate in most of it because I felt bad.
Minimum 3 points.
Instead of getting down, takes the contact. The turnover ensues. Kansas City taking the field for their second drive. They'll take over deep in their own end after the fumble recovery as they start 1st and 10. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
And that run there does nothing but juice up the guys who are moving the football. I mean, if you're an offensive lineman, people running it, actually the guy calling plays, you're almost jumping up and down in jubilation, aren't you?
There we go.
Options on 2nd down.
And big-time options. You might want to think about play action and try and get something cheap right here over the top.
No, I'm playing as the red guys.
We are just getting started here at Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. 1 quarter in the books.
Kansas City, the team that got their asses handed to them last night. I'm playing the Super Bowl that happened last night.
Davis, as always, thrilled to be with you. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. On 1st and 10, here's Pacheco. And he will lose.
Fuck, dude.
Back at his own 19-yard line. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11. Now they'll throw with Mahomes.
Got it. Oh, fuck you, bitch.
That's complete. And he'll get this one way up just shy of the 45-yard line. 25 yards there on the catch and run.
I mean, it's easy to say a grown-ass man defending a child abuser, but you have to understand that was his girlfriend that he lived with. I mean, like, you're talking like a troll, Jimmy. Like, you don't understand how someone, when they're in love with someone, that they'll make excuses for them. I'm not saying it's right, but I understand why he did it, and I mean, maybe he was, I mean, we know objectively he was abused too. There were so many videos of her slapping the shit out of him and stuff. I feel like I think it's short-sighted of you and quite easy to be on the internet talking trash about someone's decisions when they made a choice to defend someone they were living with and they were in a relationship with. People always look at things fact of the matter and not the deeper part of it.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on.
And not that, like, maybe Egghead was manipulated too.
Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
From midfield, here's Mahomes.
Oh shit! 4th and 3. Got to kick it away.
Almost picked off by the rookie, but he couldn't quite look it in.
Okay, shut up, Jimmy. You're a fucking idiot, troll. Either you're like talking in bad faith, or you're just like dishonest in general, or you're dumb. It's cool to like sit at your keyboard and judge people for the decisions they make.
And he didn't quite have the backspin on that one. It hits at the 4 and continues into the end zone. It's a touchback. So back onto the field, here come the Eagles. For
It's
their
really
second
easy to sit
drive.
behind an anonymous
They'll be
account
looking to
and
atone
judge the
for
morality
last
of other
time's mistake
people.
Fumbling inside the red zone. Certainly, they don't want to do that again.
And so much emphasis placed on red zone offense. I mean, you have periods devoted in practice just for that because everyone knows how vital it is to put points.
You're so virtuous and right about everything, Mr. Anonymous person on the internet.
Difficult for a team to handle.
Tell me your real name and show me your face so we can go through your history and see if everything you've done is right.
From the 25 on second down, Hurts.
Fuck.
This is Smith.
He got it.
And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. A gain there of 21 yards.
But one of the ways the quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any
Damn,
one
dude,
guy.
it went right to
Keep
him.
your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
On first down, he'll drop to throw. And it's complete right back in the hands of Smith.
Shit.
And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45.
Shut up.
Another catch
You're such a
for
fucking
there. This one good
cunt.
for
Go
him.
away.
First down.
You act like everything you do is right and you'd make all the right decisions if you were in the right place.
They'll look to
And
throw again.
you use an anonymous account to judge people's morality. You're a fucking coward.
Falls down incomplete.
Zone coverage there.
Who the fuck are you? Give me your real name. Send me a picture of your face and let me look into your background. Let's see how perfect you are.
Second and 10.
It's always internet nobodies that judge everybody else.
Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Smith. And he gets this down inside the 35 before going out of bounds.
So virtuous and
9
true.
yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll stay anonymous.
So they'll try and run for it with
How
Gainwell.
convenient.
He's going to be a yard short. Needed 2, but only
What can I do to evolve the to avoid
Makes
the
sense because they've been throwing it well on this drive.
roughing
And once
the
again, they
kicker
show passing
penalty
formation,
here?
Showing the shotgun. Then they ran out of it. That's a nice play by them defensively, though, to hold it to a short gain.
So Hurts is off. And
Cool, so what?
Jake
Good for you.
Elliott for the Eagle field goal.
Fucking
On the
coward.
left hash, officially, it's
You're
called a
so
51-yard
virtuous and
attempt.
right about
The kick by
everything.
Elliott is good. And
Keep
the
making
Eagles
your
will take a 3-0
accusations
lead. Well, both teams kind of feeling
under
each
the
other out
security
here
of
now
an
after 3 drives when you have a
anonymity.
score with that
You
field
spend
goal.
your spare time here judging other people.
They're using the playbook well. They're looking for that
I am a
extra
fart.
section that says touchdowns instead of field goals. But they'll take the 3 for now and try and get set up for more later.
Ah! Broke away!
He's past the
Fuck!
30. Now the Chiefs offense, they get ready to head on the field. This one a little slow to get cooking. Just a 3-0 scoreline as they begin with a 1st and 10.
Okay, fuck off, cunt.
Now that's the kind of return you're looking for. To get to that spot on the field, that allows you to do a lot of things on offense.
They've got good starting field position as they come up here 1st and 10 on their side of midfield at the 47. Here's Pacheco to begin the drive. And across the midfield stripe into Eagle territory. And the tackle there by C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
If you're a coach, you'll absolutely take that run every time on 1st down because it really sets you up to go in a number of directions here on 2nd.
A first carry for Samaje Perine.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of fucking anonymous people on the internet judging other people. Like, you're not perfect either.
If the defense can't penetrate and make it
And you can get on here and make it your hobby to judge other people and say they're bad because of decisions they made without even knowing the full context, and you can act like you're a better person. You're just fucking embarrassing, dude.
After a short gain as that takes us to the 2-minute warning.
You don't know anything about what Egghead was going through. He made some wrong decisions. He was defending his partner, who he was in a relationship that he was in love with. And it may have been a wrong choice, but for people to condemn him for it and call him a pussy or whatever, you're just a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit.
Mahomes. Open man, it's the tight end Kelsey. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or two shy of the 10. 22 yards there, a first
It's
down.
cool to like hide behind a mask and pretend like you're better than everybody. Let's see who you are. Show me who you are, coward.
This offense finding its legs now.
Let me look at every decision you've ever made, and we'll decide if you meet your own standards.
Here's Mahomes to throw.
Fuck, my dude got...
But it's incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far.
I like this play, Curl, Ohio. I don't even know what it is, but let's see.
As the first half winds down.
Now here's Mahomes.
Ooh, that shit got
He
blocked.
takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
And he's only hit on 2 of his first 6 passes. Time for a quick quarterback regroup here with a big third down coming up.
This offense was on the move. Now 2 straight incompletions have them looking at 3rd and 10. Now it's Mahomes again. And that is caught. Touchdown, Kansas City.
Good touchdown pass right there by Travis Kelce, who caught no passes. Taylor Swift's girlfriend just scored a touchdown.
And there's no route he can't run. You name it, he's going to do it. And he's a matchup nightmare for the defense. No matter who they put on him.
Hold on, I gotta pee really bad. I'll be right back. All right, back. Sorry. All right, let me try to time this right.
Bunker is on for the extra point.
There we go. Boom.
And this is
good straight kick.
Make it 7-3. So that winds up a 7-play drive all told. And it culminates in a Travis Kelce touchdown. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. Philadelphia getting set to take the field. It was still more than a minute to go.
A better Super Bowl already. Yeah, than the one last night.
This is today's NFL. You got to push it.
There's already scores in the first quarter.
You can never have
or second quarter.
The high-powered offenses that you face, and analytics will tell you, try and score when given the opportunity.
The Eagles going to take the first of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming second down play. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. Goes right.
Damn, good pass on. I blitzed and they're doing a quick huddle.
Midfield. They'll look to throw here on first down. Got this complete to Jahan Dotson. And brought down.
Shitheads.
To their 30-yard line. 17 more yards on that one as they keep the drive rolling.
And that play came together really well for them as he found open space, makes the catch, and gets down to the 1-yard line. You know he's kicking himself right now. He thought he had a chance to get a touchdown and put that in his ledger. Instead, his team gets a chance to cash in over these next few plays. And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try and pick up another first down.
3rd and 10.
Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down.
That play call wasn't there for them against that coverage. So they're going to spin the dial now in their playbook and come up with one more shot at the marker to try and keep this series going.
They'll stick with the passing game as he looks.
Got him. Now they're going to try to kick a field goal. They might get it. It's close enough.
With a big-time sack on 3rd
They're
down,
the Atlanta Falcons as a team, and the Ravens.
He knew that he was going to throw it. He just couldn't find anybody to throw it to.
Yeah, and it shouldn't have been a surprise, but that was perfect execution of their nickel defense. That 5th defensive back, the extra defender, he really tightened up things downfield in coverage.
Missed it.
Get to him in the pocket.
So we've reached halftime here in the Super Bowl. As we'll get you over to Orlando, where standing by is Jonathan Coachman. He has our EA
Jonathan Coachman, that's so weird. He used to be a WWE guy.
Hard to believe it ends tonight, as we'll get back to you guys for the second half of this Super Bowl in just a moment. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, but we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side could play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
These two teams sat through a longer than usual 30-minute wait, but we're back in action here in this Super Bowl. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. Out come the Eagles now as he'll go on offense first here in the 3rd quarter. And they trail here in the Super Bowl, but fortunately for them, Charles, very much still within striking range.
Yeah, things didn't go exactly the way they planned in the first half. To me, they appeared to be a little bit tight, made a few errors they normally...
Interception, running it back for a fucking pick 6. Yes! Spike that shit.
Well, this defense, they've been terrific all year, and they come through with a pick 6 here on the game's biggest stage.
Perfect descriptor there, because we have seen this time and time again. This defense, their ability to take the ball away from teams, they definitely have a nose for the football, and it pays off again on that play.
I'll explain for the, you know what? I'll explain the next time. Hold on, I got to kick this extra point really quick here. Really quick. Boom. I'll explain to you how it works.
And this one's right through to make it a 14-3 ball game. A heck of a play
I'll explain.
Defensively, getting the interception, navigating his way into the end zone for the touchdown.
And people say, oh, why do you call it football when you don't kick it? You do kick it, just not as much. Let me kick off. So I scored the last touchdown, so I have to kick it to the offense now. So I get to kick it away. Here's the kick. Boom.
As this one's in the air.
Now they get to run it back as far as they can. All right. So now they have to get 10 yards. They get 4 tries to make it 10 yards. A yard is 3 feet, by the way. So they get 4 tries right now to move the ball 10 yards. All right. And I get to try to stop it. All right. So you see where the red line is? They have to make it past that line. They get 4 tries to make it past that red line right there.
Yeah, and sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick 6.
All right.
And you come right back
So they didn't get anywhere. So now they have 3 tries left to get it past the red line.
Don't worry about it. All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out.
The blue line is where the ball starts, and the red line is what they're trying to get it past. They got it. All right. So they got it.
And they nearly get this all the way to midfield. Mark him down at the 49. These two have hooked up 9 times now this afternoon as they pick up the first.
And that's the kind of
So now they get 4 more tries. They get 4 more tries to move it another 10 yards. For every 10 yards they get 4 more tries at it. So now they get 4 more tries to move it past the red line because they already made it past it.
A first down carry for Barkley, and he's going to take this.
They got 3, so now they need 7 more yards to get it past the red line.
Well, they still have time to get him established, but in my estimation, they've got to pick up the urgency here. They've got to get quickly in and out of the huddle and run off a bunch more plays.
Running again with Barkley on 2nd down.
Taken down. They lost yards there. Now they have 2 more tries to get it past the red line.
Much tougher 3rd down looming.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything.
They got 2 more tries to get it past the red line.
Hurts sets up to throw it.
I just caught it. They threw a pass and I caught it instead of their own team, so now it's my ball. That's how it works. If you throw the ball and the other team catches it, it's theirs now. Is how it works. Also, like, if you have someone on your team run the ball and they get hit and they drop it and the other team picks it up, it's their ball now. So
teams actually doing that back in the good old days.
And now here comes Kansas City. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups.
Here, hold on.
Scored a touchdown on their last time out. Looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive.
There we go. All right. There's a flag. Who did the flag? Someone committed a penalty.
Can step up and assert its will over the other.
Is it holding on the defense? Oh, it's holding on my team. You can't grab people on the other team and hold them in place. You could hit them, but you can't, like, grab them. So that's holding, and now I have 15 yards I need to go instead of 10.
A give right side for Pacheco.
God damn it.
It's going to be met at about the 43.
The field is measured in yards, yes. There's 100 yards.
So far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
And every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play.
Got it! Oh, he dropped it. Fuck.
A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down.
I know at times people think we use it too often, but you've got to be able to throw guys open. And when you read zone, You've got to stick it in there before your receiver gets to the next guy in the zone. Otherwise, you bring him into the
All right, here we go.
That's precisely what allowed that defense to disrupt the pass. Mahomes now to throw.
Oh, he got it. He caught it.
That's complete. And they'll wind up getting this one
Oh, dude.
inside the 20.
Yeah, a yard is 3 feet. A yard is 3 times a foot.
To his man right in stride. And
Boom.
I think that throw kind of exemplifies what we've seen from this offense throughout this game. They've been in really
Running is safer because no one can catch it, or like no one from the other team can catch it. But running is less effective because you cover less ground with it.
And he'll go down here.
I got a 5-yard run there.
Zach Bond there on the tackle.
Getting had a ton of success here so far, but you get the feeling.
So it's the second down. I get 3 more tries to get it over the line back there.
Pacheco gets it again on second down.
Got it. All right.
Get it down to the 7. 46 yards rushing on 12 carries for him now.
Yeah, once more, strong running, excellent blocking at the point of attack. They've got a nice little drive brewing right here.
All right.
They'll run here with Pacheco. And he's
Shit.
brought down right at the 5-yard line. Give him 2 on the play.
Not a whole lot there on 1st and goal, and that's what you're looking for defensively. You'll certainly live with giving up just a yard or 2 in this situation.
And he'll keep working toward that end zone as he's
3rd and goal.
2-yard line. They'll wind up getting 3 on the keeper there, but it leads to a 3rd down.
Anytime you decide to use your quarterback,
I used my quarterback to run there, which is very risky. All right. Let's do it.
Because when you run him on short gains, the risk reward.
Got it.
And he's going to bull his way into the end zone for a Chiefs touchdown. Noah Gray taking it in from 2 yards out. And the Chiefs will extend their 3rd quarter lead here in this Super Bowl. Extra point by Butker is on target. And the lead is up to 18 now. So that drive takes him down the field in 8 plays.
Wow, this is the opposite of last night.
2-yard touchdown run.
Do a left kickoff here. Right there. And
the kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Now Philadelphia ready to get going on offense again. And this group has suffered far too many self-inflicted wounds thus far as we run through some of the mistakes. It's darn near impossible to win in this league when you're turning the ball over at the frequency.
so I'm going to do a man defense, which means you assign specific people to cover specific people.
They've reached a do-or-die point in this game, Charles. If they're going to try to pull off an impressive comeback, it has to
Are you kidding me?
right here, right now.
Yeah, now they've got a final chance to get out of this situation, but they also understand they've got to move the ball and move it fast. In addition, they need to save as much time so they can get 2 more possessions.
They'll give it to Barkley off the option play.
There's a flag.
Only a couple there as he'll be brought down about
Who is it? Is it holding on my team? Nope, it's holding on their team. And yes, I will accept that. Thank you.
But the tight end instead this time.
I'm going to do a zone defense, which means your men, they work a zone. They cover whoever's within their zone. Instead of following a specific person, they work a zone. Oh, God. Oh, God. Good block.
Excellent work that time to get free, and for his exploits, he's going to be left with just a 3rd and 3.
Partner was a definite passing down, but he was able to leak out and pick up some good yardage, even though the coverage was excellent. Maybe it's not exactly how they drew it up, but he still got.
So this is their last chance.
They'll try to run for it with Barkley.
All right. So this is their 4th down, which they could go for it, but normally you punt it on your 4th down. You can kick it so that the other team gets it, and you put it like way down the field for them, which is probably what they're going to do here.
That'll back them up 2 yards and also bring up 4th.
You've got to figure the further they fall behind, the more you think that they'll get away from the run. They're trying to stick with it, but the results, they just aren't there.
Yeah, so they're going to use their 4th try to kick it to put me like way back. There it is. And I'm going to run it. Get it a little bit. They got me.
So a good punt there, but a nice return of 11 yards. And it's Chiefs football, 1st and 10. KC's offense ready to take over. And now you've got the clock.
So I'm going to keep running it. Also, when you run it, the clock keeps running. When you pass it and your pass doesn't get caught, the clock stops. So running the ball makes the clock run down.
Take the clock out of the game a little bit, wind it down, but at the same time, keep advancing the ball down the field. Absolutely love the run right there. This guy's known for his quickness, but also for his speed, and he's able to get to the second level.
Running the ball is the most important part of offense in football. If you can run the ball, you can easily win. Yeah, look at me. Run it. Out. You got to find the gap and run right through it.
And a pretty good burst right there as he'll take this down to the 33.
If you can't run, they know you're going to throw it. And when they know you're going to throw it, they can catch it. They can intercept it while you're trying to throw it. That's part of the strategy of football is like knowing whether they're going to throw it or they're going to run it. And are they going to throw it like short? Are they going to throw it long? Are they going to run it up the middle? Or are they going to run it around? Like that kind of thing.
To hoist that Lombardi trophy as we begin the 4th and final quarter of action.
Here we go.
He'll be marked down at the
7-yard run.
Gain of 7. Now, I think we can get used to seeing more of that in this 4th quarter, especially if they're having success on the ground like they did there.
Yeah, I think back when we met with the head coach in preseason, and all he talked about was building a bully. And I think it was this situation he was envisioning.
Nope.
Trying to ice a game.
Nowhere there.
Left, but being able to give the ball to his big runner and pound away and try and finish off a game.
Call it no gain that time as it's going to leave him with a 3rd and about 3 to go. They'll try for
those pieces of shit. All right, so it's my 4th down, and instead of trying to get the 10 yards, I'm going to kick it for 3 points. So I can kick it for 3 points. And I got it. Perfect. I got it. There you go. Now I get 3 points.
And that will extend their lead even further. Well, ultimately not really sure that they're going to need those 3 points, but they'll take the 3 and they pad that lead.
Yeah, this one's already wrapped up, but you and I both know if you're an offensive coordinator, you never let up on the gas unless the head coach tells you to do so. And maybe you've actually clicked him off in your headset so you can keep calling plays and trying to add to this lead.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession. And it's becoming more and more apparent that this is just not going to be their night. That Lombardi trophy so close, but the expectations simply have not matched the results as they start on this drive 1st and 10. Hurts.
He dropped it.
And that's pretty indicative of the way this one's gone.
Yes, the kicker. So the weird thing about the kicker is the kicker can't be touched unless something happens where they end up picking up the ball. So there's been instances where like the kicker went to kick and the guy who's holding the ball for the kicker to kick drops the ball and the kicker picks it up. And now they're the runner, not the kicker anymore. Then they can get smashed. And usually the kicker is the smallest player on the team. So you don't normally want to be the kicker in the position. They don't want to find themselves in the position of like holding the ball.
To the total number that they forced in this runaway contest.
To throw again on second down. Hurts to Barkley on the check down. And he's going to lose yards. They take him down at the 26. 2 yards the loss.
You can't hit the kicker when they're going to kick, but if they pick up a loose ball, they're fair game.
Really nice open field tackling.
And they played that one like a great boxer. They were on their toes on that one. They weren't back on their heels reacting to the play. No, they saw it, came right for it, and made a nice tackle for lost yardage.
Got you, bitch.
This effort will not get it done. He stopped well short of the first down at the 29.
Now they have to punt it because it's 4 and 9. They might go for it, but I don't think they will.
Defense rolling out the nickel package for that big third down play, and they did an excellent job locking down coverage.
Oh, they are. They are going for it.
He doesn't get there, which brings up a big
wow. Oh God. They are going for it because they're losing so bad.
Super Bowl, they're going to need this one on 4th down. Dotson in motion right.
Normally someone would punt it here, but they're like desperate. They don't get it. Now I get the ball where they stood before.
The Eagles unable to convert there on 4th. And the Chiefs will have the football back in excellent field position.
Now I'm going to keep running it to run down the clock because I'm already winning. I don't need to do anything desperate. I can keep going and like running down the clock till the end of the game. There's 4 minutes of play left. All right.
They'll run out of the gun. Pacheco to about the 26 here.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got.
Now I'm going to let the clock run a little bit.
I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where it'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from.
It's 24-3.
Right now,
I have 20 seconds left. I'm going to let the clock run down a little bit so they don't have time to win. Like, every second I take away from them is a second they could come back at this point. At 5, I'll run the play. There we go.
Pacheco gets it again on second down.
I didn't get anything there. I think I lost a yard, actually.
It's going to make it 3rd down at 6.
Back-to-back runs, I'd say that encompassed maximum effort.
3rd and 6.
Minimal yardage, and now
do I really?
Minimal on this play coming up.
Fuck. I guess I'll do it.
The Chiefs on 3rd down. They've hit it 50%, 3 of 6 to this point. This will be 3rd and 6. In motion, the tight end, Kelsey. Shotgun snap to Mahomes.
Got it. Good pass. Got it. Got it.
Chiefs first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. And looking to put this game on ice in the 4th quarter, but still not afraid to throw it as they show there.
You want to play the game with confidence, and they have a guy who's in control right now. Their trigger guy throwing it. They feel just as
that was Taylor Swift's boyfriend that caught that.
To run the ball and run the clock out.
Running the clock out, running the clock out, running it out, running it out, running it out. I usually wait until there's 5 seconds left. All right, here we go.
They run it with Pacheco from the gun. Fights free at the 5. Now the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves
2-minute warning.
On 2nd down. Just 2 minutes remaining here in the 4th quarter of what has been
24-3. A touchdown is 6 points.
So the Chiefs in position.
All right, so here's another thing. I keep forgetting, like I'm explaining this to like someone who isn't familiar with the game at all. A touchdown is 6 points, and after you score the touchdown, you get a choice to either kick it from, I think, 20 yards away for 1 point, or you can try to run it or pass it in from 20 yards away for 2 points.
As we welcome you back, and you'd have to figure they're just looking to burn these final 2 minutes away and get out of here with a victory. From the 4, it's 2nd and a couple. Here's Pacheco once again.
Touchdown.
And he's going to take it into the end zone for a Chiefs touchdown.
On top of the 6. You get the 6, you get the touchdown for the 6 points, and then you have a choice to get 1 or 2 extra points. 1 is a kick, 2 is like to pass or run it in. So
kicker on for the PAT.
There it is.
And that'll increase their lead to 28. The drive summary that time, 5 plays. And it results in a 4-yard touchdown run. Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. Philadelphia's offense ready to go again. CD, it's all window dressing at this point. I mean, the best they can do
is it 3 yards away? You know what? I didn't even know that.
Move forward into their next contest.
Yeah, and with how lopsided this game has been, even one score might not.
I remember the 2-point conversion started in college football, and then the NFL decided to adopt it.
Get a touchdown here, give yourself some positive momentum and reps.
Dude, you can't challenge anything here.
Practice in the next couple of days.
Great way to start the drive. 20 big ones and a first down. Throwing is Hurts. And this one complete to Smith. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40.
Even if they score here, there's they call a timeout.
And with this game well in hand, perhaps we are seeing the coverage lighten up a little bit as they got burned there a bit for first down.
Well, we certainly know the coach isn't happy along the sideline because he certainly wants them to finish this one out the way they started it. He doesn't want to give up any soft completions, no late points. He wants his lead to stay right where it is.
That to the sideline and incomplete. Boy, they're going to say there's a receiver in the area. That was close to grounding, but it's second down. Here's Hurts to throw.
And I know it sounds crazy, but this sport did evolve out of soccer. Like, this sport is a derivative of soccer. Because rugby is a derivative of soccer. So, like, this is a derivative of rugby, which was a derivative of soccer.
Have had the record number of 3 sacks in this game.
And we've got the list here. If he gets another one and everyone behaves nicely, we might just list those out for him.
How did he? Oh, I intercepted that shit. Oh my God. Game over. Game over. Game over. Now I'm going to eat the clock up until the end of the game.
Wrap up what was no doubt a dominating defensive performance.
Yeah.
I don't care what team it is. I don't care who you play, whether they're strong offensively or not. Just giving up 3 points in the NFL, that's absolutely a dominant performance and one that they can build on.
104 yards rushing for him now to this point.
That's it. That's what you want. Straight ahead positive gain. Just keep that clock ticking.
This 2nd and 4. On the handoff, it's Pacheco. And he'll get up to the 43-yard line.
The game's over. Like, I can basically eat up the clock. The play clock is the red one. It's behind me.
Let's go to the post-game press
I
conference.
can't
I have a feeling
it's the red clock.
the quarterback of this winning team is going to be given a whole lot.
I have to run one more play. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't even matter what I do here. There's no way they can catch up. So...
This is Pacheco.
There we go. Game over.
2nd and 4.
Game over. There's the game.
Kansas City Chiefs are the Super Bowl champions.
That's not what happened last night. I bet they wish this is what would have happened. 31-3. They got fucking spanked last night.
Forever in NFL immortality.
That's pretty phenomenal right there. It actually gave me chills just to hear you say that, because immortality forever and ever. When you look in the record books, you'll see this team, you'll see their picture, that your name will be a part of it. That's got to be an incredible feeling, because it's been a long journey to get there, and now they get a chance to enjoy it.
Another great moment for this historic franchise. The Lombardi Trophy once again belongs to the Kansas City Chiefs, champions of Super Bowl 59. So that will conclude our coverage this year on EA Sports. I want to thank my partner, Charles Davis, for another incredible season together in the booth. Till the fall, folks, Brandon Gaudin saying good night from New Orleans.
I just noticed it was the man. You know what? I was doing the Super Bowl game earlier, and they had a woman doing it, but I guess they switch it out. Damn. Yeah, they had a woman commentating earlier, and I was like, whoa. I've never heard a woman in Madden commentating. Holy shit. Okay. Their quarterback actually had more passing yardage and more completions, but couldn't get it in the end zone. Most of my yards, I think, were... most of my yards were running. Here's rushing. Pacheco, 116 yards. Yeah, their shit couldn't even... Like, Pacheco averaged 4.5 yards per run. Can't stop it. Can't stop it. Hey guys, I'm going to stream later. I'm probably going to wrap this up because I need to shower and have dinner and that kind of shit. But I'll be back later. Thank you for the support. I appreciate all of you. I'll see you all next time, all right? Have a good one.